Hey, welcome to Press Q to Quaff, and welcome to Quasimorph 2016 New Player Guide. What's smarter than trying to do a guide live? Well, nothing. It's probably a bad idea, but I've been wanting to make a guide for a while. Doing it scripted and editing and everything, it's just going to take too long. I don't have time for it. And things can still change. So this is kind of my way of, I mean, if anyone catches this live, but it's also intended as a VOD. I'll have timestamps of specific mechanics tips. So if you're watching this after the fact, just click at what you think is interesting or what you think you need help with. I need to do that so the sound doesn't cut out. And then, what's up, chat? What's up, Sigma? Kasavek, Zevidev, Stone King, Longwood Geek. Oh, dude.
Welcome aboard.
I know you were here last time, and I recognized your name from my subs, and so I didn't realize that you hadn't actually been in chat before. So, and that, to everyone else I miss too. I know every stream I miss like one or two people, so I feel bad, but get some tips. What's up, Crocut? It's 5 a.m. Oh, dude. Yeah, Longwood Geek. Yeah, I'm Sansa Digit. Damn. Well, hopefully you're able to still get around. What's up, Prime Cyborg? What else? Silverbug, what's up, dude? Kasavek, you do have a rather simple question, but there seems to be a rotation of moves that you make around doors that generally gets you through most things. Yes, I will kind of demonstrate that. It depends on the room layout, but there's ways that you can approach doors if you're not going to shoot every door, but there are ways you can approach doors that kind of like both minimize the amount you can be shot if the door opens and maximizes your detection approaching the door. Man, my chat is jumping around. Okay, so it's probably simple, but you seem to be doing it wrong as soon as you get to Tech 3-4. It's probably because of increased AP. Once you start to get like the elites with like 3-4 AP, it's you could get more easily punished. You love the Wing Commander opening? Hell yeah. 2016, did you take a time machine? Did I typo it? It says 2025, doesn't it? Now you got me tripping. What's up, Rusty? Did I mistitle it? No, it says 2026. What the hell? You low-key thought this is a premiere, not a stream? Yeah, I mean, again, like, doing a live guide's a bad idea, but it's something I've wanted to do for a while, and I just feel like it's a good time. I kind of did my really indulgent Hellcrab challenge for the last 3 streams. Oh, I said 2016? Yeah, there'll definitely be some misspeaking. I said 2016, damn, yeah, time travel. Okay, so the first thing I want to start with is difficulty. So if you're coming to the game for the first time, again, you can, if you want to learn the game on unfair, go for it. You're gonna get fucked up. It's gonna be pain, but if that's what you want to do, then for sure go for it. This is gonna be more geared towards a normal experience because I think that's the easiest way or best way, well, maybe not best, but a good way to learn the game and learn the systems because there is so much going on in this game. Having said that, I'm gonna just kind of go through everything really quick. I am gonna do the tutorial because the tutorial actually explains a lot of stuff that I think people skip. And so I'm just going to kind of point out, it kind of gives a nice structure of going through a lot of the basic systems. 2 times backpack or nothing. Yeah, totally. What's up, James? I am going to turn off easier starting missions. Again, if you just play on like straight up normal, this will be on. Just know that after 10 missions, it'll go to the normal number of enemies. And so it might be kind of like a rude awakening, but I don't even like that. I don't like that setting. Then of course there's all the random things where if you go sicko mode and you play the game a ton, it is really fun to start with random stuff. The operator things, if you want to play with permadeath on, change it to chip required. And it's not even really permadeath, you just need another chip to bring the person back. If you're learning the game and dying and like the aspect of losing all your stuff in the game is really troubling to you, you can actually make it so only your backpack is lost, so you keep all your equipped stuff. You can change it so nothing is lost. You can make it so you don't lose experience on death, you don't lose rank on death. You can turn up the backpack size, you can turn up the stack size. You can make calorie, the kcal per weight, which is essentially the heavier you are, the more calories every action you take burns. So you can turn that way down if you want it easier. Mission. So this is when an operator, if you die in a mission, the mission ends and you can't keep doing it, but you can change it to you restart on the floor you were on. So basically you kind of can't, I mean, you still can fail a mission by losing the objective, but you can change it so you can restart on the floor. You can make it so you can retry the mission. The evacuation rules, the default is chip obtained. So if you find an item chip, a mine chip, or a class chip in the mission, you can evacuate with it, and then like reattempt the mission or something. You can change it to any time, so you can, like, again, these are all, you can play however you want. Number of floors is explanatory. Repair after missions, I did hear someone recently complaining about this, and it's literally just a checkbox. If you don't want to have to repair stuff after missions, you just turn that on, and then everything's repaired to full back to the ship. Numbers of enemies, number of items, straightforward, loot from corpses. This is the elevator cheese difficulty option. So if this is off, which it normally is, you can come out of the elevator, shoot. Basically, you can lure a baron or a CEO or like whoever back to the elevator, come down the elevator, 1 AP, shoot, get back in the elevator, come back down, and you can do that infinitely. If you turn this on, you can't do that. It turns the elevator cheese off. When you come out of the elevator, all the enemies get a turn, so you'll get blasted if you try to do that with that on. Sandbox, factions can be destroyed if their headquarters are destroyed. Having said this, faction destruction is fairly irregular now. I haven't seen a faction get destroyed on a regular basis for a long time, but if the idea of that happening really bothers you, just turn it on. These are just all modifiers for, faction growth, rep. I will say be careful if you turn, so faction growth includes both power and tech. So if you turn this down, you'll probably run into a problem with factions not teching up. Reputation, mission rewards, it's like more shit when you win a mission. Dignitas is the currency for trading. So when you trade, you'll get more. If you turn that up, you can turn crafting speed up. Yes, so this is actually related to the evacuation rules. So with this on, when you evacuate, so normal, if you evacuate and you didn't complete the mission, then the mission ends. And so if that bothers you, if you want to like infinitely do missions by evacuating chips, you just turn that off. Random events are really fun. I think it's worth having them on. You can turn the frequency up or down, turn it off if it bugs you. Mission lifetime, this is how long it takes for missions to expire. So if you're like, oh, I can't, if you're like, oh, traveling to the belt, I can never make it there with the missions that I want to do, just turn it up to like 200%, and then missions will last like 100 days. And then finally, combat. This is the main difference with unfair, with these things coming online. Again, if you're learning the game, I recommend not changing any of this stuff. But if you do, again, you can play around with it however you want, make the game however you want. I think these are all pretty self-explanatory. So there is one interaction with the Quasimorphosis effects where this boosts damage, resistances, and HP. So this is why unfair the quasis and people who get the Q meter bonuses are so strong, because they get the base HP boost, they get the damage boost, they get the resistance boost, and then they get that boost again. So it's like a multiplicative boost on that. But that's the basics of the difficulty. All right, so now I'm gonna go back through chat. So that's kind of what I'm gonna try to do, is like get through something and then I'm gonna look at chat. Yeah, I said 2016. Useful mention is the note section in the game itself. Yes, however, okay, well, so you just mentioned that. Has this been updated is my question. I don't think this has been updated since a lot of the changes, so I believe they were talking about updating this towards the end. I actually didn't look through this to know how accurate all of this is. It might be totally accurate. I actually didn't think to mention this. I think this is all accurate. Maybe they did rework it. Yeah, reading through that, I'm not going to go through that. Didn't know it was called Dignitas. What's up, Gale? You think ship obtain fails mission? Yes, with that. With this checked on, yes. Yo, what's up, Mike? Can't wait for the Bram department. Oh, the pack department, yeah. They changed mission closed as failed when you extract. Yeah, you're right. There's several things that didn't used to be that way in normal that they changed for normal. A lot did react. Yeah, it did. Like I said, I wasn't really planning on it. So the plan is I'm going to go kind of in order off of the tutorial here.
The history of
humanity
is written in
the regulars. This is probably, I mean, maybe there'll be a nugget here and there that will be something new to you, but for experienced people, this might be a little basic. Okay, essentially, if you want to know about this Ancom mission on Venus, We Awakened Tezclon, you got to get the supporter pack and play the demo. That's the backstory for the game. Starting out, don't just skip past what Jane is saying, because most of what she's saying early game is relevant. It's either relevant story information. If you don't care about the story, then skip through it. But a lot of it is mechanical. And so when you get attacked here, it's easy to just skip through this stuff like, yeah, I know how to play a game like this. But there are a few things that make Quasimorph different than your like normal turn-based game. That's awesome. I appreciate that, Kosevek. Yeah. Okay, movement. Very basic. You can use the arrow keys or numpad or rebind them however you want. You can click to move. And then this is pretty wild, because right away, bottom left corner of the screen, they throw all these mechanics at you. Your energy reserve, which is your calories, your pain threshold, because this game has pain, your health, which is pretty self-explanatory, and then movement mode, which this is, I think, one of the more unique things about Quasimorph. Movement mode determines how many action points you have until opponents take their turn. So you have a variable action point system. And then you can look around by right-clicking. And then they tell you to click on the locker. There's a take all button. However, if you already have something equipped in the slot, it won't get put on. So I'm going to disassemble these and then we can take all. Leave the cabin, head to the elevator. It's in the room across. We need to eliminate all these bastards. Okay. If you press T, you can get information about the mission status or request evacuation. We have nowhere to retreat because we're getting attacked. Clear the invaders from all floors of the Magnum. So every mission, right, this will tell you what needs to be done. This is right here. However, now there's things you can do, like explore. That aren't immediately obvious. There we go. This little room up here has some loot in it. Which, not great, but... And this is your first scanner. These can be charged. It will show you enemies on the floor, items, and then the exit if it's fully charged. I do have some mods on, so I can toggle to speed up, move between floors, use elevators and stairs. So she recommends starting with the med bay. If we lose the bioprinter, there will be serious difficulties in cloning you or other fighters. So this is where the game actually, the game always can recommend that you do something, but you don't have to do that. Essentially, in the tutorial, when you kill everyone, it immediately ends the mission, so you don't get to loot them. So if you do it in a different order, you actually get to loot everyone. Oh shit, I skipped that. Okay, so that was see, I'm already doing it because I'm talking. She just mentioned damage types and resistances. So that little blurb right there is where the game tells you about damage types and resistances. So every ammo and weapon has its own damage type, which corresponds to a resistance. So right now, if I get hit by Pierce, I will take full damage from it. Whereas if I get hit by Blunt, it'll get reduced by 18%. And the same applies for enemies. You talk about the reload button. If the ammo is in the vest in the middle of the screen, you can reload it that way. The reloading will only take fewer turns if you have a reload vest. The vest we have right now is not a reload vest, so it will not reload faster. And then you have 2 weapon slots, and you can swap between them. Swapping is a free action, just like looking around is a free action. This is where the game tells you about cover. I suggest hiding behind the cover to make this harder for the enemies to hit us. Cover can stop a bullet if you're not shooting from directly behind it. If your shooting trajectory intersects the cover, it'll be highlighted. And then this is also where it tells you about shift aiming. If you ever want to shoot somewhere other than an enemy, hold down shift. Your cursor will change to a crosshair and it shows you the shooting trajectory. And then they tell you about the barrel, and this is where it tells you that fire is very dangerous, which is accurate. So besides highlighting in red, it now tells you the block chance of the cover. So it's either the block or the hit chance, whatever way you want to think about it. It's an 80% chance that someone shooting at this cover will hit it.
The world is about to change.
So looking at their resistances, you can see the various resistances for the different damage types. Really right now, all we have is blunt. So it doesn't really matter. in an ideal world, if I had a piercing weapon, that would be the preferred weapon type against them. And then seeing what weapons they have, he has a blunt pipe, and she has a shotgun loaded with slugs, which is blunt damage. What's up, Renejan?
Welcome aboard.
The biggest thing I taught was how combat works. So, and then the other thing, so it's not really explained anywhere because these are like new additions, but in the options you can turn on and off the HP bar, and the little pips show the AP, or the HP bar and then the AP pip. So this guy only has 1 AP and he got pain stun, so he's not going to be able to act next turn. They have 2 AP, so they can move and shoot. Most enemies, unless they enrage, can only attack once. There's like an attack cap for the enemies. You, on the other hand, can attack as much as you want. I believe it also talked about the fire modes. So you have a single shot and a burst mode. So it's already kind of complicated because they made it so that the starting weapon now has a laser sight on it, which is really strong. So when you mouse over a weapon and you get the tooltip, if you hold down Alt, it'll show you the definitions of what the tags are. And so this pistol has a 95% chance to hit, which isn't reduced by dodge. So on this gun, the accuracy doesn't actually change, but the scatter does. And so there's an interaction. So in this game, hit chance is accuracy minus dodge, and that gives the hit chance. And the hit chance is if the projectile travels through the tile, it'll roll a hit chance on that enemy. The scatter is the amount it'll deviate from your intended trajectory. So if I'm trying to shoot in a straight line here, right, and we have a 3.5 degree scatter, you know, the farther away it is, if you get maximum scatter, the higher chance it will not pass through your intended tile. However, even if you miss your intended target, like if I shoot here and it scatters over to here, it'll still roll the 80%. I'm actually not sure on the objects if it rolls the hit chance or the block chance on it. But so that's why, like, if even shooting at this guy with a different weapon that wasn't so accurate, if I missed him, the projectile will still travel through and then roll a hit chance on them as well. Oh, there we go. Now it told us about the attack mode after I already killed him. All right, awesome. Since when that room had loot, it's since they like kind of increased all the oh god, all the I guess the itemization. So like when you're looking at armor, there's 2 ways you can evaluate whether or not something is quote unquote better. You have the total resistances there, which show you them all together, and then you can look at it, the individual resistances, and the ones with the green up arrow, it's showing you the change between what you have equipped and what you're hovering. So this will give me more cut, more fire, but less cold. So this is pretty obviously better because, you know, having some cut is better than having no cut, essentially. And pretty much every item in the game, by right-clicking it, you get a context drop-down menu that for clothes and stuff starting out, you can disassemble them because rags are also medical supplies. It goes into medical supplies a little later, so I'm actually going to wait on the medical supplies. But essentially, like, even these ones, these like electrical parts, they're medical supplies for robot limbs and like robot parts. So that's why they show a healing chance on them. Cigarettes reduce Q, that's okay. All right, let's pick up the pace. Cool, we got something here. Oh, beautiful, the best weapon in the game. So, Border FN has a collimator on it. All the weapons in the game have an effective range, and then a drop-off that occurs after it. If you look at the bottom, you can see the weapon graph. So the pistol does full damage up to 4 tiles away, and then drops off 30% per tile after that. So at 8 tiles, this does minimum damage, which is 1. It'll do 1 damage if it hits there. So it essentially becomes ineffective. Weapons with the collimator on it reduce the drop-off. So instead of this having 27% drop-off, it has 15% drop-off. So this actually remains effective all the way up to range 12, or still does damage. Probably, I don't know, around 10 or so is when it drops off, and your vision is 10. So that's kind of what makes it so strong. If you play right, it doesn't really matter that it's single load. Don't be turned off by it being single load. It's trust me, it's better than it looks at first glance. Okay, so then I'm gonna go to the engine room, because so this is why I'm doing this out of order. You can do it in whatever order you want. That's kind of like, I'm gonna keep saying that in the game. Like, you can play however you want. My main goal here is to like explain the systems and like hopefully show what the options are. Not necessarily, I mean, I know I did just say this is the best shotgun, but it is. That's why I said that. But if you don't want to use it, then don't use it. You know, no one makes you. Okay, so grenades have to be activated from the vest slot. So you can't throw a grenade from your inventory. If you want to throw a grenade, it has to be down here, and you press 1, and grenades can bank, so you can set up skill shots. If the door's open, you know, it's like you can bank it through places. Disassembling items has a chance to get components from it. The turrets all have a weapon, so if you disassemble the turret, you can get a minigun right in the tutorial. That's pretty funny. Okay, we don't need that. Honestly, we don't need that either. The coal nodes have barricaded themselves. Get ready for a battle. Yeah, she talks to you about using turrets and mines. You can use them here. It's absolutely not necessary. It's more teaching you how to use them. So I could have shown, so on that context menu, I could have said use, though actually that you can do the same thing with mines here. So you right click on them, you say use, and then you can place them wherever you want, but it's not needed for this. Unless you work for the pirates, there's not going to be weapons for this ammo type at the start, so that's why I'm not going to pick that up. I'm not necessarily going into a ton of detail about like why I don't do certain things, but it's interesting it didn't blow up that part of the wall. Oh, so this is a good chance to talk about cover. Okay, so this is a common thing I hear about. I'm standing behind cover. Why did I get hit? Because the projectiles actually travel the trajectory on the map. So if the projectile doesn't intersect this tile, then it's not going to have a chance to be blocked by it. So on covers, being at diagonals is not ideal because they have the angle on you to essentially negate the cover. Versus this is going to be an 80% chance to block every time she shoots. So I'll even like, well, this procced right now. I was going to wait again to kind of demonstrate it, but I'm going to go into the class stuff later. But essentially, in real quick, the game has passive and trigger perks. There are not any active. Your class doesn't give you any active abilities. Essentially, when something happens in the game, your perk will activate. So this one is activated. We get extra AP when an attack misses on us. And because it hit the cover instead of us, that was a miss. What's up, Mr. Victor? Well, I didn't use the turret because I got a minigun out of it. Okay, so that's actually a good example of demonstrating the range thing that I was talking about before. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so they're at 7 right now, which is essentially our 10% damage. So you can see the damage preview there is so small. But if I switch to the border, now the border also does more damage per shot, but 7 is only 15%. So I'm doing 85% damage at that range. I know, streamer luck. You gotta piss everyone off by showing the streamer luck. All right, I believe that's everyone. Okay, so a little trick when looting. So you can just click on the body. You can also, so if you're standing on a tile and you click, so instead of just clicking here, if I click onto here, I'll actually be able to loot the ground and the body at the same time. The reason I'm just breaking down the shoes is to get plastic. Because aside from just being a straight up medical supply, you need plastic to make splints, which you need splints to make medical first aid kits at the beginning of the game. Okay. Did I search that? I did not. It's probably not going to have anything in it. This technically is better, so I'll put it on. Talk about disassembling all in materials to prioritize. Okay, so this is really hard because different people value different things. I've played the game way too much, so I don't value things the same way a new player does. So I'm not going to tell you what you should and shouldn't take. Beyond, okay, so at the start of the game, you need upgrade materials to upgrade your ship. I don't really think the tutorial gives you many of those. Most of what these guys are going to have are their gear and like maybe some weapons. So if you disassemble a weapon, like you can get a spring. You need weapon parts and a spring and plastic to make a weapon repair kit. Are there enough weapons to break down on this mission where it's worth to try to get out with a stack of weapon parts and repair kits? Probably not. I also don't want to encourage people to like min-max grind the tutorial. If you want to do that, like you'll figure out how to do that. There is a disassemble all button. I almost never use it because, so this is what I see happen when I like see other people playing. They just like doing that And sometimes they have a good weapon or they had something in their inventory that you wanted. And if you're just like in turbo, like, yeah, just disassemble, and like you don't notice something, then it gets destroyed. If you want to use it, go for it, but just don't be surprised when you disassemble like a fucking cloning unit or something like that. Number one thing to collect and craft in the early game is rags, plastic, human meat for first aid kits. Sure, you can do that. The thing is you can get rags, plastic, and meat from literally any mission. So what I tend to do is I tend to prioritize getting stuff from the mission that I'm on that is unique. The best place to get rags, plastic, and meat is a defense mission, because it's just all right there. You don't have to travel. You don't have to like walk around a whole floor with a bunch of crap in your backpack. That's my thought process, at least. All right, so now we'll finally go to the med block. Okay, so now they're going to tell us about the medical system. Health reaches 0, you'll die. Pain threshold reaches its limit. This is not accurate. You will not skip a turn. You lose 1 AP. Damage you can receive can lead to injuries or limb loss. Keep an eye on that. Take a close look by pressing H. So then she does a wound on us to show us the wound system. So they broke our knee. Now, the best thing to do, or the highest chance of this healing, is a splint. Right there it says 70. So what you have to do is you have to... it's still trying to tutorialize. So it also infected us and then explains how to heal infections, which I was trying to go to the inventory. You have to know what the different icons mean to know what it heals, right? So the first one is blunt, 70% chance. The second one is pierce. The third one is... they're calling it laceration now, which is accurate. I just say cut because it used to be called cut, and cut is a one-syllable word. So it's just faster to say. But cut, laceration, whatever you want to call it. And as you could probably guess, the snowflake there is cold damage. So plastic would be the next best chance to heal. But I'm just going to use... Then they tell us about amputation. I'll go through this on the next mission. So I'm just going to use a rag here. So a rag is only... If you use something that has no... So, right, a rag has 0% chance to heal a wound. It does the base chance, which is 5%. And it stabilizes it for 10 turns. When the wound is stabilized, you won't take any dots penalties that are on it, but the other penalties will still apply. So because I have the knee fracture, can't run. If you get the stomach wound, that is puke chance, even if you stabilize it, you'll still have a puke chance. And I mean, I'll just do it to show it, but technically you don't have to even do any of that stuff. Okay, so here's another little loot chance. Nope. There can be turds in water sometimes in there. Okay, now it's going to tell us about the auto dock with a K. Allows you to treat wounds or infections if it has charges. You can recharge it with batteries. You can actually recharge it with all batteries now, I believe. And then there's an enemy in the room below. So this has... So it has charges. It costs 5 to charge. Currently, it's fully charged. There's heal HP, and then there's heal all wounds. Heal all wounds will clear addictions. It'll clear infection. It'll clear all of your any wound, like actual injuries you have. So this is really powerful in missions. If you see these and you've been shot by radiation, you have ARS. This will clear that. Yeah, really good. Auto dock is OP. What's up, Rainy? So I'm gonna try to sneak over here. Perfect. Yeah, the Percy Cola probably was. I'm not min-maxing the loot on this mission. But we know they're down there. They're like it's disrespecting. Okay. Okay. And this is kind of the key aspect of the game. We can go where we want and do what we want. So now after the mission, you have an unload all button that will unload your backpack. It will leave your equipment and your vest slots. So if you have a loadout that you're liking using, you can just hit this and everything else will stay. What it does is it sorts everything. So there's a sorting system now that you can configure. At the beginning of the game, there isn't a ton of stuff. So unless it really bugs you, I would just leave it how it is for the start. But eventually you can, I mean, if you want, like, if for whatever reason you're like, I want the weapons in the first slot, then you go in here, you change it, or like, you're like, I want only ranged weapons. Then you click that. You're like, I want the ammo here. You click that. And then you got to make sure that it says receives and distributes items. So this is where people get messed up is, so if you're trying to do a new slot and you're like, I made it so that, like the first thing that I usually do once I get enough of them is like, maybe like the chips, or like when all the augments and stuff start to pile up in your first slot, you got to remember to hit receives and distributes. Otherwise, it won't become active. So in the same way, if you want a manual cargo tab where nothing ever goes into it unless you personally put it in there, as long as this isn't on, then nothing will get put into it. All right, now Frank talks to us. This is the continuation of the tutorial. This is the second part of the tutorial. Now, again, you have freedom in this game. If for whatever reason you didn't want to do the tutorial right away, you can go somewhere else and do other missions. I know there's some people who will go do missions until they unlock the shuttle so that then they can shuttle farm the armor. I mean, it's really only the armor. I don't know what else you'd be trying to get from this. But again, like I'm not a big fan of farming the tutorial, but it is a good way to get a strong start, like once you understand it. Okay, I'm gonna go through chat real quick, see what I missed. The best Quasimorph start is getting 3 miniguns out of the tutorial. You got the brr, yeah. Okay. So, yep, tutorial cargo sorting. Oh, crafting. Yes. So after that, we have, so I turned on Jane's tips too, because this is on by default for people. So basically the first time there's a few things that happen or you go to a screen, she gives you an explanation of it. The ship thing is pretty self-explanatory in terms of the operators, the cargo, and then the upgrades. When you have an item or an upgradable module, it does the little plus sign. So on normal, the game starts you with a welding machine, which unlocks production crafting on the ship. To produce most items, you need a licensed chip. So other than what you already start knowing how to craft, everything else in the game that isn't from like a workbench or a fabricator requires a chip to be able to make. So if I want to be able to make, you know, certain armor or certain weapons, certain medicines beyond the basic medicines, other ammos beyond the basic ammos, you have to find a chip for it. Now, at the start, we do have enough to start pumping out first aid kits. Shows you the time. When you do a mission, it's 8 hours. So I'm just going to do 4 sorbent, because then when the mission's over, we'll have sorbent. If you want to start pumping out first aid kits right away, you can do that. Weapon chip come with ammo? Yes. Yes, so if a weapon has a special ammo, or even like basic 797, you can unlock the ammo type that way too. On modifying gear, no, I'm not to modifying gear yet. I'm really trying to go like, this is really trying to be like basic. Even like modifying, like the modifying I feel like is a little more advanced. I will get to that. I'm like a ways away from that to getting there, because we're gonna do Taste of Revenge here to kind of demonstrate some more stuff. So this tells us about selecting our operators. So basically every operator has its own stat distribution and a unique talent. If you start the game on normal, these are the 4 you start with. They're all strong in their own way, and 2 of them, so Francis is quite good because he boosts weapon durability. So if you're having a problem with weapon durability or weapons breaking, you take him, and that basically won't happen anymore. Otherwise, his stat distribution is solid. He has a decent amount of health. Everything else is kind of like in line and fine. He's who you play in the tutorial, and so he starts as a scout. Victoria has plus weapon range. So like when I was showing the pistol before being effective to range 4, she boosts that to range 6. The enemy attention span I'm not really going to go into right now, because it's you don't got to worry. Like it'll be good for you. But yeah, I'm not going to try to explain that right now. But her downside is she has extremely low health. 90 health is not a lot in this game. But she is quite accurate, and she will boost weapon range, so you'll do more damage. So if you look down where it says receive wound chance modifier, Percy has a 60% on that. So instead of Victoria here being 100%, so essentially Percy will get wounded less often off of that base chance. Then he also has the plus resists. Your chance to get wounded is based off of how much damage you take. So the more resist you have, the less damage you take, the lower your chance to be wounded is. And then on top of that, he has another lower chance to be wounded. So that's one of the reasons. And then he has 150 health. That's why he is really strong. He's balanced by that by having low accuracy, but low accuracy is mitigated by either the laser sight weapons or shotguns with buckshot in them. You basically won't miss. So if you're having trouble, if you're dying on missions, and you're not using Percy, try Percy, and you should hopefully die less. Can I go over running a melee character after the tutorial? We're actually going to go over running a melee character in the tutorial. I feel like ranged combat in this game is very straightforward. I touched on it a little bit with the last mission with the range. It's essentially like ranged combat is it basically just comes down to the range, the accuracy, and the scatter. That's basically it. So if you understand that, you won't have a problem with ranged combat. I'm gonna show melee in the tutorial just because I feel like it'll be a good place to show it. So then last year we have Izzy. She's historically the melee character in the game. So if you look at her, what's interesting, where I was talking down before, unfortunately I can't mouse down to it because you can't like sticky the tooltip, but down where it says the receive wound chance mod, how Percy was 60%, she's 85%, so not as good as Percy, but still will receive less wounds. But then you'll also notice this inflict wound chance modifier, and that's 125%. So she has a higher chance to inflict a wound. Inflicting wounds also includes amputations. So if you're trying to amputate people or quasis to get implants or augments, picking a character with a higher wound chance modifier will help with that because they'll do more wounds, so they'll also do more amputations. Her main benefit is the ignores infections, which means you can just eat raw meat and you don't get infected. At the beginning of the game on Mars, there's no quasimorphosis, so you can go cannibal crazy and it doesn't matter. So you don't have to bring sorbent unless, you don't need to bring sorbent for infection. And she's kind of like, she's why I fell in love with the game. She's definitely not the best character, but she also is the best character. It's all about the red mohawk. Okay, so now he tells us about classes. And he says exactly what I said before. Each class has a set of passive and trigger abilities that are activated under certain conditions. So this is kind of interesting because if we look at Eclipse Blades, we look at the first perk here, Dodge Chance. That technically has nothing to do with melee. Dodge Chance is just as good on a ranged character as a melee character. Sprint affects accuracy. Oh, I need to actually, I didn't touch on it enough in the tutorial. I'll go over when we get into it here. I'll go over the actual like movement modes, because so if you don't have athletics, when you sprint, you receive a minus 25% accuracy debuff. So this makes it so sprinting is now more accurate. It's still worse than not sprinting, but it's more accurate. Again, this is just as good on a ranged character as it is on a melee character. This perk is if you get a damaging wound, it procs regen and pain regeneration. This also technically has nothing to do with melee. Cannibalism, when you eat human meat, you get an all damage buff boost. This also has nothing to do with melee. So the melee class actually only has Knife Fight, which boosts the accuracy of all the melee weapons, which is extremely important for melee, is you have to hit. If you miss in melee, you are going to die. That's basically what it comes down to. And then Carnage, which is really cool because when you inflict a wound, you at level 1 it's 70% chance to get AP back, but at max it's 100% chance to get AP back. So you can actually keep attacking in melee. What's up, Pickled Prawn? Frankenstein. So yeah, so we're gonna do that, but yeah, I'll show the other. So the other starting class is the Scout. This is really good, right? More physical resistances. Armor durability doesn't matter too much in this game unless you're getting shot a ton. Calorie consumption is nice, but again, at the start of the game on Mars, you can just eat meat, or you can even just eat skin, which doesn't have an infection chance. So this is a good perk, but it kind of does nothing at the start. This is one of the reasons why this class is so strong, is minus scatter plus accuracy on three very strong weapon types, and this is all of the weapons with those tags. It doesn't matter if the shotgun shoots batteries, or it's like shoots plasma from batteries. If it shoots igvos, does entropy damage from quasi ammo. It doesn't matter if it takes fuel for a shotgun. Like if it has the tag, it benefits from this. All damage, that's nice. If you get hit, you do more damage back. Crit chance, I'm not really going to talk about class modification right now, but like it's fine, but it's kind of whatever. And then extra AP when an attack misses on you is good. Anything more AP is always good. But yeah, we're gonna run Eclipse Blades for the start here. Yes, entropy is fire and cold damage. You wish there was a ranged version of Carnage. God, that would be so OP. Okay, so now our loadout. So this is where he tells us that this is a game where everything will be lost. And he talks about so again, these are on the difficulty setting. So if you changed them, this isn't going to apply. But for a melee character, knife is very strong. Axe is also very strong. However, early game, I wouldn't really say. I mean, you can play a pure melee, but what's smart is to bring in a high accuracy weapon, which would either be the border with buckshot or the Hydra pistol. I'm going to bring the Hydra pistol because so I have knowledge of what the enemy armor is weakest to. The civil resistance armor is strongest against cut and fire. So a shotgun is actually the least effective weapon against their armored guys. The non-armored guys are just going to die anyway, so it doesn't really matter what we use against them. Yeah, exactly. It's only for that turn. So if it procs on your last AP, the fire transfer perk, then it doesn't do anything. So then resistances at the start of the game, ideally you want to cover your physical resists, and then the next most important would be fire, because guys can have Molotovs. Starting out the game, you don't have good armor, so you got to just like do what you can with what you got. So we're pretty weak to cut here, but these guys aren't really going to have shotguns. They mostly have blunt weapons, and they also have a piercing SMG. And then if you have it, especially if you have no fire resist, bring in at least one water bottle, because if you get hit by a Molotov and you can't put it out, so you can't see it here, but there's in the mission, there's an extinguish. You can also extinguish with soda or beer with drinks. You'll basically be dead to the fire. And you can be like, well, but then that slot and at the end of the mission, you can dump it out and pick something else. So because we're Izzy and we're on Mars, we don't need to bring in any food because we're just going to eat people. If you don't want to eat people, then bring in food. But, you know, this is a game for sickos, so if you're squeamish about that, you know, again, the game doesn't make you do anything you don't want to do. I need to rock the orange pants with the mohawk. Yeah, hell yeah, we're doing that. Oh yeah, wait, yeah, so I'll take this off then. So we get the mohawk at the start. And then so if you're learning and you're getting shot a lot, you can bring in more medical supplies if you want. I generally don't, because I look at these and these are first aid kits. Like these three things together are first aid kits. So every splint I take into a mission and use is just a first aid kit that I'm not getting. So that's why I'm not going to do that. But yeah, if you want to, you know, go for it. So we need some ammo for our pistol. I know they're going to have more 9mm. So so this is something where you can play however you want. Some people would be like, I'm taking in 2 stacks of 9mm, so I don't even have to worry about it. But you can actually, if you don't bring in a full stack and then you come out with a full stack, you're actually then ammo positive every mission. But that's more of an advanced thing where you have to know what kind of weapons the enemies are going to be having. Maybe I'll bring grenades here just because we have them, and maybe I'll actually throw one. I probably won't. I'm really bad at throwing grenades. I forget I have them. And most of the time I feel like my AP is better spent somewhere else, but there are situations where grenades are good. Yeah. So you don't need to bring in a ton of stuff into a mission if you know what you're doing. And that's my goal here, is to help you know what you're doing. So having said all this, I have no resists. Izzy has low health. Enemies in this mission can have saw blades. We could easily die. I've died in the tutorial, I wouldn't say regularly, but like I'll test it out every couple, like basically every big patch I run the tutorial to see what like the new player experiences. The enemies are a lot stronger than they used to be. There are more high AP, high armor, decent weapon enemies where if you get lit up by them, they will mess you up. The last thing I want to touch on here is noting that your weight affects your dodge chance. This is another thing that is really easy to miss and ignore at the start of the game. The heavier you are, the more likely you are to be hit. You will also spend more calories. The offset is you have a lower knockback chance, but I don't think that's really significant enough to matter. So loaded out here going into this mission, we're going in with a 28% dodge chance. So this 28% dodge chance is not a 28% chance to dodge enemy attacks. What it is that percent is subtracted from the accuracy of the weapon we're attacked with. So if we're attacked with a 50% accuracy weapon, then they will have a 22% chance to hit us. So the heavier I get, the higher my chances of being hit. Not eating people. Fire used to be a lot worse to deal with. Yes, if I get lit on fire, I'll show it, but fire... So what he's talking about is the fire dot used to trigger every AP. So it was actually more effective against enemies as well. If you couldn't extinguish it, it was worse for you, but the enemies don't extinguish, so it was really easy to kill guys with fire. Now the fire dot only procs every turn. The guys with the flamethrowers are fun. The early game flamethrowers, yeah. So this is we're counterattacking the Civil Resistance headquarters because they just attacked our ship. So, you know. Okay, so right at the start, I want to go over the movement stances, but so this is where, like, if you skip what she's saying, so most missions, so non-story missions, this is just usually when she pops something up. Well, there's events now too, so you might skip an event. I would say in this game, at least skim what the text is to, you know, evaluate whether or not it's important. But in the story missions, what Jane says is very important because it usually ties into completing the mission and certain triggers that need to happen. She tells us there's an elevator, but the number of biosignatures at the elevator is extremely high. She's not telling you to not go to the elevator. She's just saying, hey, there's a bunch of guys there. And then there's a bypass route via the stairs and warehouse level. He recommends you use the second one, but again, you can do whatever you want in this game. Okay, so I didn't go over this before. The default stance is walk. This is, for most of the game, like what you should be using, moving around. It gives you 2 action points, and it's, I believe its calorie consumption is 1. Is it 2 or 1? Yeah, because so baseline it's 2, and because of our weight, it's +1. So every action we take burns 3 kcal. If we switch to stealth, its base is 1 kcal, but because of our weight, it's 2 kcal. In stealth, you get 1 action point, but you detect hidden enemies, which when we detect someone, I'll explain how that works, and inventory/actions are free. So messing around with your inventory, you know, using a first aid kit, drinking water, reloading your gun, you can do all that and it won't end your turn in stealth. It'll lock you into stealth, but it won't end your turn. And then you have running, which gives you 3 AP, but massively increases your calorie consumption. So base, each action takes 10 kcal because of the weight, it's 11. So every turn, sprinting, running, is minus 33 calories, which you're like, oh, well, I have 1800. That's not a big deal. If you start sprinting everywhere, you'll notice it. So that's just something to keep in mind. It also lowers your accuracy. Now, our overall accuracy is not quite as bad because of our perk athletics. That's the interaction here. And you cannot access your inventory. So this is why I have my first aid kit in my vest slot. If I get shot, wounded while I'm sprinting, and I exceed the pain threshold, so if you take so much damage, so what was it? It's believe it's 0.3 pain for every 1 damage you take. So 10 damage is 3 pain, if I remember correctly. If you exceed your pain threshold, you lose an AP. If you're sprinting when you lose an AP, you can't switch out of run, which means you can't use direct medical supplies. You can't apply splints or bandages or even Dr. Jones. But the first aid kit can be used from there. So that's why I recommend, just like I recommend carrying a bottle of water, I recommend keeping a first aid kit in that slot. These little things have lore. I'm not really going to focus on the lore. You can read this on your own, but this does kind of like lay the foundation for the civil resistance story. What's going on with them? Okay, so I know there's not anyone nearby yet, so I'm not going to start showing off the stealth detection stuff. Essentially, when you approach a door, you want to negate the chance, if someone's on the other side and they open it, that you can be shot straight on. So by like tightening the angle and stuff, you can make that less likely. So this is the door out here. So this is a good place to be using stealth, because if there's guys in the hallway here, I'll be able to detect them. Okay, so the way I detected them without moving is I right-clicked. If you right-click and you detect, you become locked into stealth. So you got to be careful with that. Later in the game, there's a rubber head that you can replace your head with that gives you detection in walk mode. And the same thing, if you right-click to look around and you detect guys, it'll lock you into walk. So the detection is a 6 range, and it follows the like the diagonal formula. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It detects 6. I think it detects 6 at those 3, and then from there it goes like diagonal. But essentially, this is about like, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So this is the farthest I can detect right now. Here, there could be guys over here, but without implants or a different operator, I'm not able to detect them. And then, but so the reason I did this here against the wall is if there was someone like right here about to come in, well, I'll talk about the angle around the doors when we get to that, but essentially you don't want to wait until you're like in front of the door to stealth, ideally, because if there's someone on the other side, you're kind of hosed. Barrels are very dangerous, we know that. Okay, so that shot right there just made noise. Your shots in this game make noise along their trajectory and where the impact is. So a non-explosive ammunition has a radius of 4. So from the impact here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if someone was over here or here, they heard that impact and now they're going to come investigate it. Highly recommend disarming barrels. If you want to gather fuel, you can. At the start of the game, fuel isn't really useful unless you find a fabricator to craft like explosive rounds, but I'm not going to carry a stack of fuel into a mission, but you can if you want. Yeah, okay, so 2, 3, 4. So this guy was just outside of the range of the detection, I believe. Yeah, or they're a turret. They're not moving. They moved. So they have different stances. When they have the little question mark on their head, they're investigating. So maybe he didn't hear because he wasn't moving. Oh, it's once I opened the door. Okay, so once I opened the door there, he saw the corpse So now, so what he's doing is he's investing the corpse. This is a turn-based game. The way this works is, even though I'm in front of him right now, he actually doesn't know I'm here yet. If I shoot him and don't kill him, he'll then know I'm here. But watch this. If I step back, he's still investigating because I didn't end my turn in his vision. So part of, I mean, it's useful for ranged as well, but it's especially necessary to understand for playing melee is knowing the like sound radius stuff and knowing how vision works. If I would have exploded this barrel, it's an 8 radius. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So like guys like all the way up here would have come to investigate the explosion. And then, yeah, this guy already has better armor for us. We'll probably find a better backpack, but... And then we can use this, and we can see, get our intel that there's a bunch of guys down here and guys up there. I'm guessing that this is the elevator up here. Yeah, that's the elevator up there. I don't think this is the elevator. So if we know there's a bunch of guys in this room, how do we approach the door to like minimize if someone opens it getting shot? That's kind of what's most going to increase your survivability in the game, is like minimizing your chance to get shot. If you want to attack an object, how I just did there, because so what I didn't want to do is walk. I didn't want to come from this way, because if someone gets in the door here, they'll be able to shoot me there. Whereas if I'm on this side, I can fall back this way. Now, well, I already, since we used the scanner, I know there's not guys over here, so I don't have to worry about being flanked from this way. But you know, it's like there's always tactical considerations in this game where if I didn't have the intel of this, you could argue, oh, trying to fight from this way is probably worse, because if guys come from here, then you're sandwiched. It's not great. But if you want to clear objects in your way without shooting, you can attack them in melee by holding shift and clicking. You can also shoot them, but that'll make noise. And I prefer to... She wearing assless chaps? The way I like to play like a more Metal Gear kind of way, where I'm controlling when I want to be heard. So now I could sprint at him and attack, but I know there's a bunch more guys here. So I'm going to step back. We're going to play this patient. Okay, so now, same thing. These guys have not detected me. They're just moving. So default stance is moving. That means they're not investigating. They haven't heard anything. They haven't seen anything. When I attack this guy, it didn't alert the rest of his squad because melee attacks are silent. Now, probably what's going to happen, though, is on his turn, he's going to see the body and he's going to go into investigation mode. See, now he's investigating the body, but now I sprint up and stab him in the face. And the reason I stepped back was exactly because she could have 2 AP. Because there were a bunch down here. So what I might even do right now is step back. Yeah, and kind of... So now I'll be able to get an idea of detecting them, how many AP they have. The way the vision around doors and corners work, it's like a knight move in chess. So if they get into the door, then they can, if this is a 2 AP person, they'll be able to see me, and they have a gun. They'll be able to see me and attack me. So if I don't want to be attacked here, I need to step back. Step forward. It's only a 1 AP guy. Yeah, so this guy could end the run like straight up easily. But he still doesn't see us, so we'll go ahead and wait. Let him step up. Guy behind him has a cutter. This is really scary, not gonna lie. Holy shit, do we get a wound? Okay, sweet. So the damage per AP wounds proc at the start of them using the AP. Damage per action wounds do not trigger on enemies. So the wound system takes a lot of paying attention if you want to play around it. Most people it's simpler to not, but again, like I prefer, yeah, see, so he bled out and didn't attack us. And now this guy is defending, so this is another stance. When they're defending, they're not going to move, and if you shoot at them, they will they'll even blind return fire. So if you have like a sniper rifle and you're standing out of their vision shooting them, they'll shoot back in the direction that the fire is coming from. This is where you can utilize throwing. The knife has a guaranteed hit on it, and so to throw a weapon, you hold down shift and left click. We didn't kill him, but we didn't get a wound either. Bummer. But now I'm just gonna step back. So this is like, yeah, but do you see how he fired the saw blade there in response to me having the knife thrown at him? But now we can give him the blop blop. I think they're defending also. I'm not going to use the cutter. So this is what I was talking about earlier with the weapon classes. If I hold down Alt, you can see that this is classified as a shotgun, which means it receives the scatter reduction and the accuracy boost from CQC on Scout. The amputation is what makes this weapon very dangerous, and it ricochets too. So if you are going to use it, you got to really watch, because if you're around a corner and it ricochets, it can ricochet off the corner and back on you, cut off your hand, cut off your leg. Really sucks. You also don't want to shoot it in a straight line, because if it pierces or misses, it can ricochet back on you and also do that. She got the power fist. Okay, this is another new thing which makes melee even harder. They can deploy turrets and robots now. So because I didn't kill her, I was being greedy, I didn't want a full burst. Now I have to full burst a flame turret. Okay, she bled out. So this is her tip because we ran out of ammo. Do they go into... I don't know that they go into defending. It's actually scary if they do. But essentially, if I don't end my turn in their vision, they can't shoot at me. And I believe that was everyone that was down here. And we can even confirm that by going back to here. There is one more over there still. So with the knife, when you see this little icon here, it means that they have an augment or an implant. This guy has his chest replaced with an industrial robot chest. You can see what it does. It adds an extra vest slot, and you lose some physical resists, but you gain fire, poison, and beam. This can be really good on Percy because it gives you an extra vest slot. Because he already has +12 to everything, and generally your armor will boost your physical It's a good way early to get poison or beam resist on. And we got it. So we could potentially try to get out with that. And we can put on... So we have not quite full Scylla resistance armor now, but you can see our resistances now are much better in term. I mean, again, so this is actually good because the cutter now is only going to do 60% damage to us. Oh, I should show too here. The other thing for amputation, if you're trying to get meat, so when you amputate, it takes durability from your weapon. But if you get a bone, the knee, the leg, and the arm are pretty good chances of getting a bone. You can then amputate all and potentially end up with more bones. And also, this is what they're talking about earlier about like getting a meat stack. If I eat right now, it's going to proc my... I'm just going to do it for the calories. This is the damage boost, so... It's wasted, but... I don't really need the damage boost to kill these guys right now. Batteries are good. For charging. He dropped a flame turret. So... could either deploy this or try to disassemble it for a flamethrower. Wow, that's really good. Okay, so this is where I could start to go over some of the ship upgrade stuff. We're gonna lose the Mohawk for the resists. So if you look at the electrical parts, the gold triangle, that is its current value on the market. If you take it somewhere, that's the base price you'll get for it. In Dignitas, which is basically company script. Underneath it, you can see where it says 0 of 9. That's how many of them you need to fully upgrade the Magnum. So anytime you see goods that have that X of X, you probably want to take it, because see how it says 1 of 9 now? Because you need them to upgrade the ship. This is also fairly rare. I mean, there's a lot of luck involved in like who you're fighting and whether or not you have Tunnel Rat or Marika or this or that. But this has been a bottleneck for me for unlocking proxy. So that's actually huge. Geoscanner also, you can see 0 of 7. Church will give you these as a reward. So these are easier to get, but it still would be nice to just get it straight away. The idea behind, oh, potentially I want to get out with meat, and you're like, yeah, you could get rid of slugs. I could also get more slugs. But like something that's easy to get at the end of the mission, you don't need to carry it around the whole mission with you. Like even the only reason I'm carrying the rags and plastic around is because they're also my medical supplies if I get wounded. All right, so we know that you are over here lurking. They're moving. And they got a jackhammer. Oh, they got a servo pack. That's awesome.
Obviously, Space Rule was horrendous.
Unlucky. What do you think? Is he gonna just hiding in the bathroom? So this is awesome because it gives you 3 weapon slots. It's the same size as the tourist. It has slightly less of so the different backpacks have different weight modifiers. So the reason why I didn't put this one on, even though it's bigger, is it increases your weight modifier, so it would decrease my dodge if I put that on. But where it says reloading minus 2 AP, where it added the third servo slot, if you put the weapon there, you get minus 2 AP. So this pistol, which is a 3 AP reload, is now a 1 AP reload. Yes, I mean, again, it's like, it's personal preference, you know, like in terms of, you know, whether or not you want to deal with the kind of like dumping and undumping and stuff. But personally, I love the servo, and because I tend, especially if I'm running something like this, it's just nice to have the 1 AP reload if I did end up in a situation where I need it. So I can't actually the thing is that the flamethrower is heavier than 2 kilos, and I don't even really want the flamethrower. It's kind of funny to say, but it's just not as good as it used to be. And so the other thing is right, like, look at the civil resistance armor, look at my fire resist. If I try to use flame against the 4 AP, so there's like 4 AP elites, it's not going to kill them. They have 100 health, they have 70% fire resist. It's basically the same as doing nothing. So now if you are excited to play with a flamethrower and you want to, then like go for it. But that's why I'm choosing not to here. Oh, this is another fun little knowledge thing. So in general, the only things that can amputate are cut and pierce weapons. The shovel, however, is a legacy holdover. So you can actually, if you're ever in a situation where you need to chop up bodies and you see a shovel, you can use a shovel to do it too. Sadly, you can't throw the shovel. You get killed by your own flamer turret. Yeah, anytime I mess around with like turrets or whatever, robots, I always find like I get killed by them. So here's the thing that's interesting. I know people talk about like farming this armor from this mission. You can if you want. This armor's pretty easy to get. It's only Tech 2, which means if you do an elimination mission or a infiltration mission against civil resistance, you can get more of this armor. So it isn't like this is like the rarest armor in the world. It used to be. This used to be a higher tech armor, which I think is kind of the holdover where people are excited to farm it. But essentially, the guys up at the elevator there, they're probably not really going to have anything else. It's not even necessarily worth doing it, in my opinion. Because I don't want their SMG either, because I just like don't value it. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have just used batteries so I could see where the stairs are and we can get a move on here. It's the bathroom. Okay, I'm just gonna do that. And then, because we're already here, I already chopped all these guys up. Oh, another trick is if you're amputating, the durability gets taken from the primary weapon slot. So if you have a weapon that you're using for combat that you don't want to lose durability for butchering, put a bone in your primary slot. The things Quasimorph makes you say. Okay, yep, so then she told us about the bone breaking, repairing the bone. We're not going to worry about that. Arms and legs can be further, so you can also throw these or use them as a melee weapon, but you can also disassemble them more, and they can also give you more meat and skin. Oh, I don't have 10 batteries. All right, what do we think to the left? Okay, so stairs to the warehouse, medical supplies, and some other equipment there. Nah, People's Front doesn't disassemble into ceramics. Wait, no, does it still? Oh, yes, it does. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Even though, like, it only takes rusty metal to repair, it will. It's another way, yeah, you can get early. That would probably be the thing, or potentially worth doing, trying to get a stack of ceramic from this mission. You could do that. Okay, so this is one where, like... So this, especially in melee, this door is not good for me. So we're gonna destroy the shelf here so that I can use the door. Yeah, totally. Oh, what do we get? We got someone. Yeah, what's up, Anishu? Yes, it is very strong. I need to stealth again. I was getting distracted. Yeah, so this is the same type of enemy that would be at the elevator. 110 HP, 4 AP, with a not the scariest weapon, and probably not. I don't actually know. Well, I mean, I'd have to let them shoot at me to find out what their accuracy is. But this is where I was talking about using, like, why I brought the pistol instead of the shotgun is the cut resist is very strong. But yeah, if I misplay this or get unlucky, we're dead. This would probably be a good spot for a grenade. I wonder what they're gonna do. Oof. Okay, so they ran all the way away from it. Here's the problem if I shoot at them right now. They're gonna be able to blast me. So can I kill them with two? Okay, so I know this was talked about in this tutorial, the using the shift aim. So you can see right now, if I just put the cursor over them, the trajectory is intersecting this target, which will probably eat at least 1 or 2 shots. If I hold down shift, I can find an angle where it won't. Now it's still gonna scatter 5 degrees, so it probably still will, but ooh, that was really bad. Well, we're gonna get shot. Oh, wow. Oh, no, maybe she got distracted by defense? Yeah, okay, she went in to defend. That's actually perfect for us. Greed? Nah, don't need to. Because this is where knowing the angle stuff, where, like, 1, 2, 3... Actually, she will be able to shoot us there, potentially with 1 AP. So she's going to take damage. She does have minus accuracy. Use the knife because it can't miss. Yeah, ceramic. So the thing is, ceramic is quite heavy. You got to be careful about just loading up a bunch of ceramic, but it's probably worth doing on this mission for some early ceramic, especially because there is so much People's Front armor on this mission now. Well, they didn't have so this mission guarantees a shaker in the armory. It's always on the ground, and there's always 4 grenades on the ground here. So yeah, this is because this is a Tech 5 weapon. This is definitely the earliest you can get this weapon by doing this mission. Yeah, so like yeah, in general I skip the tutorial, but because I'm trying to do something for new players, and I think new players are generally going to do the tutorial. I'm hopefully showing how it can be yeah, we don't have any dots or anything on her. So that just made noise. I don't know if they're going to have heard it. What I'm going to do is shoot her, and then we're going to step to there, and then we're going to stealth. Yeah, so they didn't hear it. But she just, she sees the corpse. I don't have any long-range weapons other than the grenade launcher. I'm not going to use a grenade on that guy. Yeah, it's definitely strong. Nail gun. Getting out with an early nail gun isn't terrible either. This can kill Nobilis at the start of the game. I think was there someone else in here? Maybe there was. But like, I don't have to worry about picking the, you know, like picking this up right now. I think that's a main thing for people, is realizing like you don't have to, unless it's something that is either like a big armor or weapon upgrade. You can come back to stuff generally. Yeah, because here's the stairs up to the final floor. So stupid to use the grenade launcher. That's like a decent early weapon too. I mean, not on Izzy, but in general. Okay, so like what I can do is I can start to make a stash here of all this stuff that isn't going to help keep me alive. Oh, that's right. You can get microchips from this too. So you need microchips to make energy repair kit, which, you know, again, at the beginning of the game, you're probably not going to be using energy weapons right away unless something funky happens, but tunneler, interesting. And what you can do is you can save the decision making for the end, instead of deciding right now, like, oh, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take that. Can get everything and then decide. Also, like, my general play style is I don't usually go around and like clear the whole floor, like loot everything. Absolutely, you can do that. Technically, you're going to get more stuff if you do, but especially for streaming, I don't find it entertaining, so like I don't like to do it. Okay. So yeah, telling us that we're on the final floor, we got to find the control computer. This is where, when you get to missions where there's elim target, infiltration target, sabotage target. So this is essentially a sabotage mission where it actually marks it on the map. Now, sometimes the maps can be so big, you open it up and there's no X, and you're like, where the fuck is it? If you hold down left click and drag, it'll you can move it around and find the X. They changed it so if you click, it moves the map, so that the workaround is if you click where you already are and then drag, it won't move the map around. It'll keep the map where it was. Yeah, Nobilis with the disarm pack, weapon summoning, totally. Wow, this is really close to the... This is the same thing. They'll be like a 4 AP elite. I think this is the room. Will it bounce? It won't bounce off that, will it? Why is it saying it's going to intersect it? Oh. Blast wound. So I kind of touched on this earlier. There's a couple combo damages in the game. You see where it says explosion resist. So if we look at this weapon, it actually won't tell us here. We have to go to the ammo, and you can see that this actually does explosive damage. So there's certain ammos and weapons in the game that will do essentially a combination damage. So explosion resistance is determined by the lower of the two. There's also plasma, which is cut and fire, and then there's entropy, which is cold and fire. So you can see, if I'm hovering over fire here, you can see my fire resist 69, plasma resist, very nice. Entropy resist, we get fucked. So if we get hit by cold or entropy, we're essentially defenseless against it. So that's where, as you play the game more and you know what the enemies you're fighting have, what they can have, that's when you know you're gonna just have to die. Like, you either have to ask somebody or like go through my old videos or someone else's videos, or, you know, there's a guide for the quasi resistances on Steam, but the faction resistances are so varied and like random, and there's a general pool and a specific pool. But yeah, you'll find out there's certain factions. I'll give you a tip. Daydream has cold. Once they tech up a little bit, that if you don't have cold, you can get frozen, and they also have poison, which is a little more obvious if you're playing. But yeah, if you don't have poison resist, you'll get fucked up by them. So like this guy right now, because we're wearing the same armor, so we have the same resistances right now, they essentially took, 57% damage from that hit. And if we look at the combat log, we can see they took 57 because this does 100 damage on the epicenter. The explosive weapons, as the radius goes out, the damage decreases. So this weapon only does 100 damage on the epicenter. Get fucked. That also just made a ton of noise, is the other thing to be aware of because of the explosive radius. There's not really anyone else around. These server racks are a great place for electronics, chips, like lots of random shit can be in them. So be aware. Like this one is the target. You won't see this again, I think, in the game really, that you'll be attacking. I think you have to defend one of these. And yeah, if I want to get less damaged armor, I can put on theirs. And then yeah, so like you have options. Like if I wanted to try to get out with another set of people's front armor, that's definitely not a bad idea. If you love this gun, you can go ahead and, you know, like the way you find out things are good or bad is you play with them yourself, you know, you find out. So like I'm not going to tell you to not take this gun, even though like I'm actually gonna, okay. Well, actually I am gonna take it because this is like min-maxing, preserving the condition on there were these guys. Yeah, so these guys, so another thing to be aware, you can actually see it when you have a scanner. Enemies patrol. So just because you come into a floor and there wasn't anyone in a certain part of the map, they can patrol. So these guys might actually be moving right now to come up this way, and you can get basically caught out if you aren't thinking about patrols. I think I'm like at the edge of the range of this. Okay, so then we got to go back to an elevator. In terms of repairing weapons you want to keep using, most weapon repair pieces repair 30, but they decrease the max by 10. So, you know, like this weapon, we know it's going to go down to 80 when we use it on it. So if you're trying to be efficient, it's safe to use this. You don't really have to be too concerned about the max durability, because one weapon repair kit will get that back. So don't be afraid about decreasing your max durability a couple times to keep a weapon functional. Okay, they weren't coming this way. When Quaff min-max, that will be the day you become a mod. Okay, so now I never found the elevator here. So what I kind of need to do is actually find the elevator. Or wait, no, the elevator isn't on this floor. So what I need to do is take all this shit, the shit that I think I want, back to the other floor. Sure. Because the stairs don't count as an elevator. This is basically one of the only missions in the game with stairs. So I should have showed the before and after of what my dodge became when I put this on. You can see now we're at minus 80. Well, we're at minus 40%. So essentially enemies now have a plus 40% hit chance against us. But we should be able to get out of here without having to fight anybody. But yeah, it's like there's so much stuff in this game. It's really hard for me to like sit here and explain like why I'm not interested in taking these lamps right now. Essentially at the start of the game, if something doesn't have the indicator there to show that it's used for a ship upgrade, the X of X, 1 of 7, 1 of 9, unless it's like a better weapon, ammo I want, stuff for medical supplies, stuff for crafting things I know I want to craft. So that is the plastic, the rags, the meat. I'm not going to go right now and go, oh, get a full stack of meat. I could, like, that's absolutely what I should do, but you get the idea, I think, at this point of all that. All these like food items, like the chip bags and the Mr. Meaties and stuff, when you eat them, they give you plastic. So even if you're not hungry and you're trying to, god damn, is this not where the, oh my god, we're gonna have to go all the way around, or I have to carve through a wall. Or it's around this way. Which is it? Thought it was going to be right here. This is an instance where, like, I mean, I know the guys are all the way over here, but just kind of showing the difference between walking straight up to the door like this and coming around this way is just going to make a difference of whether or not someone is going to blast you. Approaching corners. You have a couple options. The safest, if you have a long-range weapon, which I kind of don't, if I had a border or something I could, the trick would be to stand all the way back here and shoot, and then if someone comes around the corner, then I knew they were in listening range. When you're approaching the corner, you can sprint to get vision, and then there's probably not someone here. You have choices, right? So you could either end here, which is the riskiest, here, which is probably safe, and then this would be the safest. So I'm going to pick the middle one, and then now I can stealth here. You don't have to, but I just did to show. So now I know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, I know there's like no one at least to here. So other than if someone opens the door, this would be risky. I know that they're all grouped up here because of the scanner, so I know I can do that. And then, you know, you're safe to move out. But yeah, I'm not going to go around and loot the whole mission. I think you guys get the idea. Okay, so now so if you skip the tutorial, you start with this PCPU in your cargo. And this is where they introduce the idea of trading. And introduce the system map. This is where you can see which missions, how much time it will take. And they want you to deliver it to Ancom. She tells you you are no under obligation to return it to its rightful owner. She wouldn't risk messing Ancom around herself, so she thinks you should give it back to them. You can give it to anybody. You have the choice. The tutorial tells you to give it to Ancom. If it's your first time, if you haven't done it, I would recommend it. The Ancom story mission is brutal. It's unfair. You will die most likely your first attempt if you're not really overpowered already. Embrace the challenge. It's like the Quasimorph rite of passage. It's insane. Yeah, exactly. But so here, right, we're on Mars, and you can see the way that the map goes is it goes from closest to the sun out. So at the beginning of the game, the travel time to Mercury is 33 days. The planets all rotate, and so at different times of the year, as the game progresses, different planets or asteroids are closer to each other than others. So, like at the start of the game here, Hygeia is 22 days away, or Ceres is 32 days away. If you want to go to the belt right at the start of the game, you can. It's not like you can be like, oh, 30 days. It's not that far. But, you know, again, you can do whatever you want. You know, Earth is only 16 days away. I think like the classic way to go is to go to like Tsiolkovsky and the moon, because it's close. And then from there, you know, it's like you can either go to Venus or Mercury, or like, again, you can go wherever you want. I'm just going to follow what she's saying right now. Oh, I know what I wanted to show right now too while we're here is options. There's a couple options I want to point out. Once you've played the game a few times, I normally play with Jane's tips off. If her like pop-ups about, oh, poison, or this is the ship screen, that's where you can turn it off. The alert icons I think are very useful. That's the showing the enemy statuses, but or the NPC statuses. But if you don't want to see them, you can just turn that off. Skip shuttle arrival. If you don't want that cinematic, turn that off. I believe the game starts with fast trading off. So starting the game out, you actually have to like land to trade. It takes 8 hours. It procs like a mission. So I recommend turning it on because there really isn't. I don't really think there's anything to be unless you like really want to role play, sending one of your operatives down to hand trade stuff. Just turn fast trading on. Under interface, one of the things I'm doing a lot is the fast item control with transfer with control. Holding down control and left clicking instantly transfers stuff left and right. So you don't have to individually click each thing or drag it. I like having the floating damage and the NPC health. You can change it to a hover. You can turn it off if it bothers you. The hit chance you can turn off if you don't want that stuff on there. You can change the format from European to North American. I turned chromatic aberration off just because it once they put that option in, I realized it was giving me eye strain, so I turned that off. I turned so normally I play with this off, but I turned this on because I think for the viewing experience it's maybe a little smoother. I'm not having to like push the camera around as much. I would love if we could get like an actual keyboard pan. I know it's a controller option, but it's currently not a key binding we can do. You can rebind most everything. There's some things you can't, but I recommend is there anything I mean, it's just like depends like what you like. Like I have reload rebound to my thumb mouse button because I just like that better than pressing the button. But yeah, those are a couple options in the menu. Also, if you didn't click inalterable difficulty options, you can change some of the difficulty options. Yeah, so you can't change any of the starting ones. And you can't change backpack and stack size once the game is started. But pretty much everything else, like if you start on easy and you want, and actually, yeah, you can actually change the preset. So if you've started on easy and you're like, hey, I'm feeling pretty good, like you can just change it to normal. Or if you started on normal and you're like, I want to go to unfair. Or if you started on unfair and you're like, this sucks, but for some reason you don't want to restart, you can move it around. Skip shuttle arrival off. Yeah. Yeah, I have that off just because I like personally, I like the cinematic going in. But yeah, if you're grinding missions and you don't want it on, I just like the feeling of going into the mission for the stream. You finally got power back. 3 days of sitting in mildew dark. Ugh, awful. Okay, so let's go to Mars so we can do what Jane told us to do.
We can terminate orbit, sir. Confirm charge and go. Your guidance has converged. You're looking good. Roger. In.
Okay, so she's telling us to visit it. Yeah, so this is by default it's going to have you actually land there. Because I mean, when this was done, fast trading wasn't in the game. So this is what I was saying. You can trade it to anyone. They now give you a full complement of gear. and for Ancom it's a chip. Self plug, I have a guide video if you want to see what all the trades are. Take a screenshot of it, have it for your reference. Okay, so then they were like, thank you. And after a little bit of time, they'll actually give the mission. And so this is essentially, this is the end of the tutorial now. She says, there's chaos. You know, Tez likes us. Civil resistance is going nuts. This is where she lets you know that there's no quasimorphosis at Mars, so Mars is an easier start. We can work for anyone. We can maintain the status quo. We can attack Tezclon. You can do whatever you want. So this is where it becomes... I mean, even I think it's probably a little more past this where people aren't quite sure what to do. So I'm going to go into a bunch of details here. I'm going to take a quick break. Hey, thanks for coming by, Gail. Let me check chat because I was trying to get through all that. The quasi-resist guide is very good. Did he update it to have the immunities? You haven't played more than 2 missions on Mars. You played 200 hours on Mars. Nice. New player guide, you're doing God's work, son. I'm trying. It's doing it live is not ideal, but I'm considering this my community service. I mean, I looked and it's just like I mean, the game's changed so much. There's no updated guides right now. And the game is so complicated. It's really hard to give like an overarching guide. So that's kind of why like I went through the tutorial, like what I think the game explains a lot of stuff, but it throws so much at you. And if you're not reading or like you just accidentally click through something, it's really easy to miss stuff about the resistances, stuff about the damage, stuff about the healing, stuff about food, stuff about durability, repairs, range, scat, you know, like, I mean, I don't even think the game doesn't even explain scatter to you, other than maybe it does in the info. Does it even mention, does it mention scatter? Yeah, I think scatter is like literally not mentioned anywhere. It's just like a full, like it's kind of self-explanatory, but trying to understand how scatter interacts with accuracy isn't necessarily obvious, and because different words mean different things in different games. The Mars theme music drives you insane. Yeah, we are gonna go. Are augments easily visible now? Yes. Yep. Yeah, it puts a little yellow dot on the body screen. So yes, they are easily visible. And they're highlighted. There's an implant icon on the body part, and if it's a augment, the body part is highlighted in yellow. It's very nice. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then so coming up, I'm gonna talk about ship upgrades. It's gonna be kind of it's gonna kind of turn into a lecture here for a little bit. We're gonna take it might be like a half an hour of like no gameplay. So I apologize if you want some gameplay, but I got to get through a bunch of because I think in like the actual missions, I think are, once people understand the game, is where people don't need as much help. I think people need more help on like the strategy layer, understanding how to read all this shit. Like I see all the time people don't understand how to read the mission difficulty who the mission is for, what the reward is, what the skulls mean, like all that kind of shit. So I'm gonna go over all that. Make sure you take notes for the quiz. Yep, yeah, I used to use that mod totally. Yeah, so we'll do that, and then yeah, maybe I think I'll probably try to kill a Baron, so hopefully we can show Pact. Something like that. But yeah, so we'll have a little lecture when I get back here. But thanks for hanging out. And yeah, if you're not interested, or like if you don't want to sit through it live, like I said, I'm going to put timestamps for all of this. So when you do, or if there is a section you're like, oh, I don't know about that, or like, I know about that, I don't care, I already know about that, but you know, I already know about ship upgrades, but I don't know proxy. You know, like if you haven't played in a year, you probably don't know about proxy. So I'm going to go over like all that shit. All the ship upgrades just did change as well, and I don't actually have them all memorized yet, but I'm kind of it's going to be kind of good, because I'm going to kind of use that as an example of as a new player, how you figure out how to get what you want to upgrade the ship. All right, y'all, give me a minute. You need to be lectured. Well, so this also can be like a discussion too, for sure. As I'm going through something, if it's not clear, or if it's something related to what I'm talking about, I'll go into it. But I kind of have a structure I'm attempting here as best I can. This is exactly what you needed. What's up, outside contact? That's what I was hoping. I've wanted, so for 1.0, I definitely want to do this as like a nice scripted tight thing, but I can't justify putting the amount of time and work into something that in 3 months could be wrong, or if like when 1.0 comes out, if any of the systems are dramatically changed or rebalanced. So again, I know it's not ideal, but I'm trying to do it live. Okay, so you've given the PCPU to ANCOM. And basically now the leash is well, even before the leash is off, you don't even have to. It's so funny. You can say do the tutorial, and there's nothing that makes you do Rogue City right away, other than if you want the encom data for the trade. So this is the main meta progression of the game. Pretty much all the meta systems are gated behind the ship upgrades. The only thing you have at the start of the game on normal is they give you the welding machine so you can craft. So, right, like now I can craft first aid kits. The navigation tree is extremely strong. It leads to proxy, which allows you to take control of one of the minor corporations in the game. There's several modules on the ship that essentially either break the economy of the game or can fully break aspects of the game. So it isn't necessarily, and they're not mutually exclusive. So you can eventually unlock everything. It kind of just depends what your priority is, who you're fighting, where you're fighting, who you're working for, what things you luck into finding. Like I already found an electrical parts box. In my other 2 saves this patch, this was the bottleneck that I was holding me up. So starting out, you're like looking at that and you're like, I don't even know what those are. Now, if it's the next thing that can be upgraded, you can click on it and hover over it and find out what it is. So it's a switchboard and a military unit. You can't click on things farther down. So unfortunately, as a new player, you can't really plan out unless you can recognize what something is. The hard thing is the data pads that have different colors, it's hard to tell which ones they are when they're, faded out. So I'm going to kind of point out, like I said, I talked about the electrical parts being a bottleneck, but the switchboards are pretty easily found so there's multiple ways you can get stuff. If you look at a location that doesn't have a mission underneath the name, so this is a HAP, it's owned by SBN, or it's controlled by SBN, High Aries Post, and it's a communication station. The name that's under the station type there determines the tile set that's generated for the missions at that location. So communication station generates a ton of those server boxes, and those server boxes can have switchboards in them. So if you're able to get a mission at this location, then it's pretty likely you'll come away with switchboards. Switchboards can also be found on enemies. So once you kind of know the faction types by reading about them or by playing against them, you'll start to notice that some of the factions have engineers or technicians. Grasshopper does. Grasshopper has technicians. SBN has technicians. Dilthay has technicians. I believe Coreword has technicians. Planet Bridge has technicians. Those guys can have a switchboard on them. So if I'm looking at Mars here, oh wait, never mind. Even if there is a mission, it shows you. So like Siren Song here is a business center. This is a mining station. This is an orbital factory. The business center probably won't have a lot of switchboards. When there's a mission at a place, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, it'll give you a little flavor text, which if you don't, if it isn't clear what station type it is from the tag, sometimes the description will give you a better idea. But this is essentially, I think, like a residential type location. But you could consider fighting against SBN here and hoping for a switchboard. The military unit is usually found on, unsurprisingly, military type NPCs. So mercenaries, realware, like soldiers. I believe Franche will also have them on like their guards and stuff. But if either you've decided I don't want to fight against them, or there aren't any, you know, like there aren't any missions, this is how this first thing, the monitor, is how you can generate more missions. So when someone says, hey, just generate a mission, if you don't have it unlocked, you can't just generate a mission. So you got to unlock it first. So the other thing you can do is look at, this is the commodities market. This has basically all of the things that are needed for ship upgrades, and then also some other random shit as well. But the military units here, you can find out who manufactures them, and you can see there's 17. There's a lot of places that manufacture them, and the layout of this goes by the same order that the solar map does. So it starts at closest to the sun and works its way out. So you can see civil resistance at Mercury, Ancom at Venus, realware on Earth, SBN on Earth, Daydream on the Moon, realware on Mars. And then it goes to the belt. So unless you've decided, hey, I want to do a bunch of missions for Coreward, if you're going to try to trade for this, you're going to want to pick one of these factions to do stuff for. When you do missions, you get the reward. So where it says reward, they'll give you items that are trying to reach that value number, and any excess gets turned into credit, which is called dignitas, but here it says credit. At the start of the game, I shouldn't have any dignitas with anyone because we've only been doing missions for ourselves right now. So like as you learn the game, I know it's definitely, I don't know if it's annoying, but it's the main way, unless you just luck into the items, like with this electrical part, you have to figure out how to find them. So hopefully, so like long story short, the 3 ways you can get items. Oh, I didn't talk about so like, okay, so we can see that later down this tech tree, you need the geoscanner, which we already found one of on that last mission. But then if we look here, we can see we need another one. And then if you look at the stock market, we can see that there's only 2 places that make them, and one of them is Jupiter. And if you're a new player, you're probably not keen on flying 100 days to Jupiter to get it, which means then that your other choice is realware. Now, what if you don't want to work for realware? Then that's not an option, right? Like if you've just decided, if you want to work for realware, that's a way to get it. If you don't, then it's not. So if you don't want to work for realware to get it, you can look through the technology. Essentially, this is the pool of rewards if you do a mission for church that are possible. And you can see that there's a geoscanner there. So if you look through the different factions, you can find some factions give upgrade goods. So Franch, if you're getting bottlenecked by guardsman clothing, you can get guardsman clothing from them. If you're getting bottlenecked, we were just talking about switchboards. So even all the other nonsense I said, you could just do a mission for SBN, and within reason, a couple missions, you should be guaranteed a switchboard. Don't focus too much on these percentages. This is essentially how they're weighted, but the chips are, if there's enough. Okay, so like this mission, this SBN where they're the victim, this again, unfortunately, I can't mouse over, so the bottom part is if you do the mission for SBN, it's a control mission, and your reward will be 2,800. You're absolutely, you can see a mind chip is worth 450. You're absolutely guaranteed you're going to get a mind chip if you do this mission for SBN here. And you're probably almost guaranteed you're going to get a switchboard too. So it just, it's kind of annoying, but this is just the way the UI works. Like I'm not necessarily, at this point, this is the UI. I don't necessarily have a it's complicated. You know, could it be better? Maybe, but like I'm not a UI designer, so like I'm not it's functional, I guess, is what I'll say. And if you know where to look for the information, you can find it. Yeah, so RealWare gives military parts. So you can kind of look, and even if you've been beating up on someone, you can start doing missions for them. You'll be a little more limited and you won't get as much reward, and your trades won't be as good with them for a while. But if there's no other way to get what you want, then, you know, you just go for it. Do any of them give weapon case? Haha. If they give weapon case, I do. So I haven't actually like looked deep into the tree. Yeah, because so like we were just talking about those military units. You're not waiting until RealWare gets to Tech 7 to get the military units. Weapon cases are, so they're kind of like the military units. You'll find them on mercenaries, on the prison guards, on the RealWare guys. I'm trying to think, who else have I seen those on? Like Tianming military guys. But it's like anyone can have mercenary units. So sometimes there's just a mercenary on the mission and they'll have a weapon case. But if we're looking for early game, there's essentially 3 inner system locations. RealWare at Tsiolkovsky, Grasshopper at Venus, and Civil Resistance at Mercury. So that's if you want to guarantee military, not military, weapons cases, you're going to want to pick one of those factions to work for and build up Dignitas. So then you can go to that location and trade for it. Now someone might conquer it. But, you know, that can happen at anywhere that isn't a headquarters. Chip on one side, header said guarantee more chip, add less percent for chip. You don't know if it'll be confusing or not. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're talking about the percents and stuff on the reward screen. But yeah, so you're talking about your bottlenecks. The thing is though, you only need two now. You need one, two. You only need two to unlock augmentics, and then what do you need? One. That's three, four. You need four for this, and I think you need for proxy you need two, right? There's one, two. Yeah. Those are, yeah. Yeah, exactly, like military type. It's basically it's the security guys. And so in that, in talking about enemy types and stuff, at the beginning of the game everyone is tech 1. There are some missions that can boost the tech level of guys in the mission. However, in general, the faction pool expands a lot at Tech 2. You get a lot more types of the specialized, like the medics, the technicians, the mercenaries, the military, the security units. So, yes, you can sit here and farm Mars for however long you want. Which I think in general, I mean, I don't want to tell anyone like how long, because who was that? It was Nick was saying he has like 200 hours on Mars, and if like that's what you're enjoying, that's great. But traveling a little bit to get the tech up makes the game feel like you're going to get more stuff too. Let me see if I can pull up the mission types here that will, so you can, if you're trying, so the missions with enemies that have a boosted tech level that will help you get, well, they will have like better weapons and armor a lot of the time, but they can also have the upgrade items on them. Elimination mission, the final target has a boosted tech level, and he has they have bodyguards that will also generally be stronger than other people at the current tech level. Ritual, the enemies at the end, they will be quasis, but they will be tech boosted. If you are doing a quasi playthrough, and or you just want to fight Dilthay, I believe the final wave of the counterattack guys also can be tech boosted. Where is the counter espionage mission, the infiltration targets can be tech boosted. And then in general also, there's scientist class units that even at tech 1 they can have tech 3 stuff. So if you have a scientist that's an infiltration, they can be tech 4. And then I think, I'm actually not sure if the robbery targets, I'm sorry, not the robbery, the security target. I think the security targets I think it's similar to the infiltration. I believe the security also, but I haven't done those enough to have noticed that. But yeah, so speaking of the mission selection here, let me just go over this real quick in terms of understanding what you're looking at, because I see a lot of people will complain about dying on a 1 skull mission or a 2 skull mission, and it's confusing because it says difficulty. I mean, it's related to difficulty, but it's not. a one skull mission can still be difficult if you aren't prepared for the enemy, or if there's an event. Like there's so many things that can happen that alter the difficulty. The events, you can go into a mission, especially if you're somewhere where there's quasimorphosis and there's some kind of like invasion event, then the Q meter can go crazy, and if you don't have a way to lower it and you're not ready to fight the quasis, it can become very difficult. Essentially, the person who made the contract is on the top, and the power concentration that is under conquest is the power concentration for their mission. The power concentration is the budget that is used to generate squads in the mission. So the conquest has 2 floors. The power concentration is divided between the 2 floors. So, you know, you have roughly, whatever, like, what is that, like 370 per floor? No, it's higher. 607? No, not 600. 300. My math is hard right now, guys. And then the reward for doing that mission. This one's a little easier, where you're looking at like, so the more power concentration is, the more enemies potentially there's going to be, but the more floors there are, the more it's going to be divided up. When you click on the mission, it defaults to who generated the contract against who didn't. This is where you change the side. So if you don't want to work for the pirates, you hit this, and then now the mission is for Tianming. That's how that works. So now if you back out and then you come back in, it's reset. So there are some mods to like highlight things, and if you're having difficulty with this, look at the mods to make that a little easier. It's hard to tell what tech level the average pirate is. Yeah, well, it really starts to get noticeable once they start to have like rocket launchers and grenade launchers and like assault rifles and like real armor and stuff. At the start, it is kind of just like, you know, guys in rags running at you with axes and pipes and shit. Okay, so let's maybe see what our moon missions options are. Let's see if we can orbital academy, orbital warehouse, business center, processing plant.
We'll leave it the way it is and wait for us to come back home. Roger, out. Your guidance has converged. You're looking good. Roger, in.
Our one. It doesn't let you queue into the first aid kit off of the bandage. If you're a lot of people starting out are probably going to be going crazy with like Jeff Hammers and Taigas, having difficulty keeping up buckshot. You can just disassemble an ammo you're not going to use, or 9mm is very plentiful, easy to farm. You can just right click on it, disassemble it, turns it into gunpowder. You can then turn turn it into what other ammo you want. Yeah, so this is Ancom telling us about the story mission. I'm not. We're obviously not worrying about that today. That's a whole different thing. Okay, Academy. So this can have a bunch of the bookshelves that can have the data pads and like other like random, I don't know, intelligence shit, I guess, for lack of a better word, versus business center. I'm actually, so maybe maybe we'll do the business center, because I'm not actually sure if oh, and it's an elim too. Yeah, this will be a good one. I'm not actually sure if the business center will have the server unit, so we'll check that out. Okay, yeah, so let me look. Yeah, we talked about the commodity market. Maybe before we do this, I'll just point out other... Yeah, so getting proxy unlocked is extremely strong. When you have proxy unlocked, all of the goods at their stations are free. So that's another way in which, like, trying to get, like you were saying, the weapon cases, right? So if we look, we see Grasshopper and Venus. Now the question is, are they going to hold on to it against Tez? Maybe not, but if you proxy them fast enough, you could then go to Venus and get all the weapon cases for free from them. If that's what you wanted to do, that's an option. Or you, whoever your proxy is, you go to Venus and you try to generate conquests at Venus and take over this factory. I'm not really going to talk about the upgrades right now. I might at the very end. It's pretty, actually, maybe it was, I don't know if it was Kavek, right? I think it was Kasavek. Kasavek, if you're still here and you have your mod question, I could take that now. But kind of a point out here. So upgrading weapons and armor is strong. I mostly play the game without doing it. It does make the game really easy. The base weapons, for the most part, do enough damage. The like Bram descents are really where having like damage boosted weapons, I think, starts to matter. But getting to augmentics here lets you, there are augment and implant chips in the game now, and then this lets you produce them. Augments on amputation, I mean, that's good, but that's not really that great, or I wouldn't describe it as that impactful. No HP loss on the implants and augments is really strong. Implant extraction boosted is also strong, and then being able to use the quasimorphic augments and implants. So this is one, if you're able to get to and you're enjoying playing around with the augments and implants. This lets you modify your operator. Also, obviously very strong. In general, the first thing to boost is health. From there, you could consider dodge or accuracy, I guess, but health, like not getting one shot or getting yourself out of one shot territory is the strongest. This lets you travel without time passing. So if for some reason you don't want the tech level to increase, if you don't want better weapons and armor and stuff, this would let you travel from Mars to Saturn, no time pass. and it also lets you go into the essentially the quasi dimension and fight them there, if you're trying to get augments or implants for them. The pack department is not implemented yet, so I guess stay tuned for that. Capsule, you know what's funny is my last campaign, I intentionally didn't lock any of this stuff because personally I don't like ferrying shit back to the shuttle. It is very strong. It lets you get tons of shit. The capsule obviously also lets you get more shit out on a mission. The trade shuttle is primarily used to get stuff from your distant proxy. Like if you have a proxy, you can send this to Saturn, and it'll basically clear out their stations and bring the stuff back to you. You can try to use it for trading, but good luck. Let me know how that works out for you. Oh, I got it wrong. This was class editing, not operator editing. I'm not really gonna go into. I feel like that's its whole own video. Like if you're new and you're getting into class editing, you can probably figure out like what's good. Like even okay, so like even as an example, if I'm looking at the two classes we start with, and you're probably playing scout because it's ranged, and I think pretty obviously this perk is underwhelming. Let's call it underwhelming. What could I take off of Eclipse Blades that would make Scout better? Athletics, sprint accuracy better. That would be a huge buff to like sprinting with an SMG or a shotgun or an assault rifle. That would be better. More dodge, never bad. More damage by eating meat. That's an option. If you wanted to incorporate, turn it into a hybrid where you're running like shotguns, SMG, and you want to still be able to like melee. So I don't know. I think you could consider taking any of these 4 perks and replacing this, and those would all be better than fire transfer. But it just depends what classes you have unlocked and how you're playing, what you're playing, like all that. Or like even conversely, like, okay, so say I'm playing Eclipse Blades and I want to make it better. I would say like Berserker Gang, I could like, you could either put the armor perk on it. You could make it so that, again, if you wanted to do a hybrid where you're able to melee, but you're also accurate with like assault weapons, that would be better than Berserker Gang. You could argue Assault Reflex could be good. You could put blind, you know, it's like you can do whatever you want. You have the freedom. It depends on the business center. Oh yeah, I was going through the ship. That's right, because I got mixed up on research versus it's research versus cloning. Yeah, so then so this is where, yeah, boost your health, you know, boost your dodge. Like, I mean, there's builds you can do for melee where you boost calories because there's a terror pack perk that the hungrier you are, the more damage you do. So the more max calories you have, the hungrier you can be. Like, capacitor is really cool because it makes it so that as your operators get promoted and they get more health, they get more calories, they get more dodge. You just get nice little bonuses to them surviving missions. That feels really good. It's pretty easy to unlock that. Training is fine if you want to passively upgrade your guys. I don't really use that, but it does what it works as advertised. And then conveyor, If you want to just drown in ammo and medical supplies and food and random stuff, Scavengers goes nuts now. There's so much stuff. And then the cryo chamber here, this is really cool. This was one of the later editions or most recent editions. You can get a cryo chamber on the ship, so the things that spoil, like Gavok or Quasi Ammo or Shava, which is new, quasi essence that can be turned into alcohol, that can all be stored and not expire. And then what I was saying earlier about things that totally break the economy of the game, the recycler and its upgrades. Make it so that anything you put it turns into like an item duper, which can be very good, but it can also just fill up your inventory with garbage. Then you got to figure out what to do with all that garbage. So, you got to be careful what choices you make in life. Duplicitous duper. Yeah. Recycler is Satan's greatest temptation brought to mankind. I know. It's funny. Well, I just always say, like, this game, like, no one makes you click the button. Like, you choose to click the button. But yeah, so that's my thoughts on the ship upgrade. Again, like, in terms of what you specifically have found, and like what you need, what you're trying to upgrade, I just hope that through kind of showing how to like identify what you need. Okay, so like prototype, blueprint, and again, go to the stock market, find out where the hell these are. Okay, now I know who they are, I know who sells them. You can start to come up with a plan to either fight there or trade with that person to get it, versus just hope for. Oh, actually, yeah. So these would be fine where I was talking about this, like Orbital Academy, those bookshelves. These can have a high chance of being there in those bookshelves. So it's also about just like playing enough to know what container, what item types spawn or have a higher chance of spawning in what container types. You find it so much easier to upgrade the ship now. I think it is easier. Well, it's interesting because it's both. Yeah, I mean, it's different because you don't need like as many of something, but in the way where sometimes before where it was just like, oh, I just know I need to get 8 welding machines, and if you figured out who had welding machines and where to get them, it was very easy to get that, versus it's like some of the things are a little like disparate, or like just more luck based in finding the like electrical part rarer, I guess. Okay, yeah. So on that note, we're going to check out this business center here, and we're going to try to fight the Baron, maybe with Vicky. Probably a bad idea. It'd be funny. Oh yeah, we have the beast too. This has armor pen on it. This is way more damage. It is quite a bit heavier. Don't ignore armor pen. Armor pen's very powerful. It reduces the target's armor by 35%. Very strong. Frank with the beast and reduced weight. That sounds fun. Yeah, we could do that. Okay, so did I not get the... Not get sorted? Probably didn't get sorted. All right. I was not paying attention to who we're fighting. Okay, so we're fighting Franch. Yeah, so Elim. So we don't have to worry. So since if we were fighting Daydream, not that I could do anything about poison right now, but that's potentially a reason to not fight Daydream if you don't have any poison resist. Or, for example, if I was going to fight Daydream, since Percy starts with this, and then this boosts poison. So check this out. This is what I was talking about, this being good for Percy. So we've installed this. We have the extra vest slot. And now naked, we're at almost 40% poison resist, 40% beam resist. So fighting either like Dilthay or SBN, Daydream, just with one augment, we get our resistances, and not even having any of that that type. It's pretty powerful. Yes, and the other advantage to Percy and the augmenting, so when you augment, the robot parts reduce your max health. So since he starts with 150 health, him going to 145 isn't really, you know, like, if he's gonna die from 145, he would have died at 150 most likely, is kind of my thought process. To run the shake also. Let's go full derp. Man, it's kind of tempting. In evaluating, so on normal, you also start with an SR78. At first glance, doesn't look that powerful, but it does have a collimator on it, so it is able, you are able to essentially snipe with this assault rifle, even though it's not a sniper. We'll take that. All right, we got the armor, bigger backpack. Pretty good. First aid kit. We are on, so if you're having trouble with quasis early, a really good faction to work for is Church, because they give you cigarettes. Cigarettes are the most efficient Quasimorphosis decreaser, other than Shava. Now, Shava, the moon quasis drop Shava, so potentially be okay with that, but yeah, Church is a strong starting one. They also give you class chip, so you can get more classes if you want more classes. I should go over that real quick. It was it's SBN mind chip, Franch mind chip, Coreward is item chip, Ancom is class chip, Grasshopper is item chip, Belt I think is item chip, Church we just went over was class, Civil Resistance is no chip. You get servos early from them. Daydream is also mind chip for more operators. Planet Bridge item. Realware item. Dilthay item. Tianming is operator. And Coven is both. So you're kind of guaranteed one or the other. So if you don't mind a Gamba and you want to be working for Sunlight Coven, they're also another good one. Yeah, Coven is the only one that's both. Yeah. Yeah, so Tim is right. Kind of like the quickest way to early, or or even like that can be a consideration because you don't, right? Like, so we flew to Fuller and there's 3 missions here. We can do all of them. And right, like none of these missions are for the same, even have the same participants in them. So like this one we could side with Church. This one we could side with Grasshopper. And then this one we can side with Daydream for an operator chip. Or if we wanted, no, Franch is also operator. Yeah. Can you item chips? Can you, as a reward? Yeah, the factions that give them as item chips. And then you'll notice, but so this is only at Tech 1. That is kind of one reason why it's definitely worth to do, like, again, however many missions you want, either until you unlock everything you wanted to, or, you know, get a few more operators, get a few more classes, you know, whatever, like 5 to 10 missions at Tech 1 will get you a nice a nice stable of operators and classes to play with. Why is Flechette green but the SR-78 is basic? I don't know why things are designated the way they are in game. I mean, the SR-78 is only a Tech 3 weapon, so that's probably why it's a basic chip. Flechette being green, yeah, I don't know. It's just considered, I guess maybe because it has armor pen on it. Why is the Volt card a green chip? Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah, I don't have answers for like why is this Tech 9? Why can I get a Tech 9 weapon at the start of the game? Well, we didn't get it there, but you know, like it's just the way it is, you know. But yeah, so you could consider bringing in cigarettes, and then if you don't want to deal with the addiction, you bring in the painkillers, negate nicotine addiction. Probably just bring in some food, as always. Bring in water. Can't get set on fire. We can go ahead and bring in a couple sorbent just for fun, since that's sorbent is essentially free. You probably know. You can unlock Golem group. Sometimes the item chip quality isn't fitting. Yeah. I mean, some of it has to do with how long the game has been in development, and like, yeah, like things getting added. What tech low? I actually, is Voltguard Tech 1? I actually don't remember because it just got added and I just kind of laughed at it. Okay, so thinking about why are we taking this mission? Why did I choose this mission? I'm checking to see if the business center can have server racks. I feel like it should, but I don't have like every location, like, right, when you look at how many locations there are in the game and then how many stations there are, I could make a spreadsheet. I don't really want to. I kind of don't mind being surprised going in, but it's like you can at least have a general idea. Like, right, the hydroponic farm, it's going to be a farm tile set. The training ground is going to be like a military tile set. The prison is going to be the prison tile set. The university, again, it's going to be like the orbital academy. I think it'll be like similar to that. $9 exploding is blue. Yeah, I was shocked when I unlocked that as a blue chip. I guess it was, so I mean, the thing is that I think the 9mm exploding is blue because it well, one, so it's blue from when it was first introduced in the game, which I believe the the it used to be called bursting. The bursting ammo has been in the game for a long time. It didn't used to be as strong, but what I would say is it still is, I would consider, a pretty early-ish game weapon ammo type, because the explosion damage is quite low. Versus the flechette, because it has armor pen on it, is all, you know, is good into the late game because it can go through armor. And then we're doing the elim against Franche to fight against higher a strong enemy at the end. So in exchange for fighting the strong enemy, we're hopefully going to get better gear. And because we're doing the mission for Daydream, we have, so the reward is 871, mind chip's 450. We should be guaranteed a mind chip here. I don't know how the mind chip wouldn't roll here. You love elim early? Yeah, me too. As long as we don't get Sheila bopped. And I mean, I could get into it even more if, like, another reason to work for Daydream is at Fuller, they sell the cloning units. Avicena Clinic is their headquarters, which means it will not be conquered anytime soon, if ever, unless it's by us. And you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You need 5 of those cloning units just here. And then I'm pretty sure you need cloning units over at, like, yeah, you need 1 there. I think there's somewhere else you need a cloning unit. But you basically, you need a couple of those cloning units, so it's not bad to work for them, so then you can go trade for the cloning units there. No vest. I knew I was forgetting something. All right, vest up. Let's take grenades. Maybe we'll throw... Actually, no, because we have grenades for our grenade launcher. Daydream is an anti-player faction. You hate poison. Yeah, I mean, just... So if you hate poison, there's 2 things you do. I mean, poison resist. Percy with the... So Percy with the industrial chest plus, like, 1 piece of poison armor will get your poison resist to, like, 50. And then if you put the spider leg on, you can't receive poison wounds, which is also pretty funny. Yeah, so we already have a bookshelf. Yeah, so, like, this ledger, we need 14 of those to upgrade the ship. These items also have a secondary function, I guess you could argue their primary function is the XP and their secondary function is the upgrade. I guess it just depends on your perspective. You can use these items to level up class perks. If you have the perk, it'll be highlighted in white, so you don't have to memorize it. In general, I would recommend against using them if you need them for upgrades, because there's other ways to level up your perks. Daydream is a knowledge check faction. Yes, they are, because it's like them and Dilthay are the early, like, elemental damage fighting. So when choosing to open the door and, like, take the fight and stuff, fighting from this corner of the door instead of the top corner of the door, because from here I can't break line of sight. If I open the door and I start shooting, they're going to be able to shoot back at me and I can't break line of sight. But if I come down here and open the door and then sprint into the door, I can actually break line of sight, though they're like almost all melee. And he has buckshot. Punch this dude. Okay, so the white the white faces panic. Enemies can panic after a certain number of turns. They will unpanic. So if they have a scary weapon, or even if not, because they could have turrets or robots, you probably want to still kill them. So yeah, these have 100% block chance on them. So I need to like sprint up to negate the cover on him. We'll just do that. Oh, he moved. He fucked up. He should be dead now. He should have a bleed. He did not. Sad. Pain stunned. If you have an empty, if you're running the triple loadout, and you don't want to run a melee as your third, having a pistol, an efficient pistol in your third slot, pistol backup weapons give plus 8% crit chance to your other weapons. So this is now 16%, and these are both 16% crit instead of 8. Okay, so she's telling us about our injuries. We did get the injury, and yeah, so she tells us that you can just use rags and shit. That again is the advantage Izzy has, where she can't get infected, so you don't have to worry about that. Sorbent is free, so infection isn't really a big deal. It's just potentially having a free slot. We got a fracture, so we'll try to get plastic. Oh, it's not a real wound. That's funny that it procced on... Okay, so self-healing wounds. These will heal by themselves if you are regenerating health from calories, from your energy. So you don't have to waste medical supplies on trying to heal those. See how it healed already? The buckshot has a big accuracy bonus on it versus slugs. Plus 30% accuracy. So that's the main reason. And most of the early armors are weak to cut. The civil resistance is kind of an anomaly in being so strong against cut. So loading up things with shotguns with buckshot is good. Luxury foods also drop quasimorphosis. So, you know, we're at 60 right now. This is starting to go up. I haven't talked about the Q meter yet. When it's under 100, you're insomnia, and quasis cannot spawn. If here, I'll pick this up so I can hopefully demonstrate it. If a quasi is in our reality and you're able to drop it back below 100, the quasis will despawn. Yikes. So you got options here, right? Like, if you wanted to, you could step back, blast both of these. It'll make a big noise. It'll draw people to it. In general now, most enemies will not walk into fire. So it's better used, personally, I think barrels are better used, say that 10 times fast, once enemies are already next to them. Because they'll take both explosion damage from the explosion, and then if they get ignited, they'll also take fire damage. Your insomnia. Okay, we found the elevator just like that. All right, and the objective of this mission is just to get to the next floor to find the scientist. So again, you have choices. Like, I could go around, I could try to kill everyone on the floor, see everything they have, looking for what I'm looking for, but for the sake of what we're doing, I'm gonna keep things moving. Do unhealed self wounds have an increased chance to be wounded? I'm not sure. I don't think I ever got confirmation. I have heard that if that location is hit again and wound rolls on it again, it's guaranteed to become a damaging wound, not just a minor wound. But I still don't think it's, again, unless you're like Izzy or something, or you just have a ton of sorbent, you don't want to have to worry about infection. I would just let them self-heal, because they self-heal pretty fast at full calories. This is kind of what I was, I showed a little bit on the, Rogue City mission where, okay, so this stuff doesn't even weigh that much, right? But it takes up inventory space, and I'm not going to use any of this stuff in combat. So my thought process is, when I'm on the last floor, when I'm about to fight some elites or whatever, dump bullshit out of your inventory, ideally into a container, because then it can't be destroyed by a fire, or picked up. Enemies can pick shit up. Like if you put a good gun on the ground, an enemy can come pick it up. It frees up your inventory for other shit, like more ammo, grenades, more medical supplies, instead of then having to drop this shit on the ground. You don't have to do it, but that's... Oh, we gotta look. Okay, so there he is. He'll have at least like 2 to 4 bodyguards with him. We don't know what they are yet because we can't see him. Ooh, there's a box. That's really good. These boxes have 100% block chance, which means if you're behind him... So this one's a little smaller, so things can scatter around. But this is essentially a... and it has high HP, so these boxes can be broken, but like generally they're not going to be broken by like weak-ass weapons. So you got the... So yeah, so you can see... Because they're a scientist, because they're an elim target, they have +4 tech right now. So they're rocking tech 5 armor. The other stuff isn't really that great, but like those are, I mean, you know, first non store tutorial mission of the game and get some tech 5 boots, like could be worse. Most elim, the feminine, they'll have 4 AP. I believe a masculine should only have 3 AP. They'll have more HP, but less AP. Streamer luck. You know it, baby. 21%. Okay, so she took cover behind the box. That is kind of bad. She's probably defending. Okay, yeah. So she's defending. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, but what we can do is we can step to here and then wait. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so she's now broken defense and coming out, and we can pop out and say, and then get behind the box here. Check the door behind. I'm gonna do a stealth check here. Yeah, because find out if someone's coming up behind us. This guy's defending is why he just wildly shot. They're not moving. It's maybe a turret. Nope. The reason I sprinted in there was to get intel on the room. Okay, so do you see that? How even though he's behind the box, because I'm at the angle, if I shoot at him directly, it most likely hits the box, but you can find the angle where it'll travel through this tile and then this tile without intersecting the box. And now he's just dead from the bleed. Okay, here we go. So here's the first ecolapse. On the first turn, the Quasimorph is invulnerable. So it's phasing in, and it's not only invulnerable, it also will block. What the hell just happened to the music? Oh, weird, the music cut out. It'll also block shots unless you miss. So if there was an enemy on the other side here, I basically would, unless I had a really inaccurate weapon, I wouldn't be able to hit them on the other side. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's it, it's basically everything in the game is equal. Like anything you can do to the AI, like with angles and shit like that, like they can do it too. Though they generally, they don't like do the shift aim thing. So if they're gonna hit you with something like that, it would just purely be based off a scatter. This guy's got a lot of HP, and so then. They're not getting any bonuses yet, but the higher this gets, the more. So he has base 70 HP. At max meter, he'll have 140 HP. His HP will get doubled. His resistances will increase, and he'll do more damage. Oh, due to spray. Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Elims against the Hexarchs give you a lot more implants. Yes, that also would be the case. We got an amputation, yeah. Blasted his head off there. So that's what you'll notice sometimes, like, right? Like, I just killed him with 34 damage, and you're like, how? Like, he had 70 health. How did I kill him with 34 damage? Because we blew his head off. And then, yeah, that guy bled out down there. This is another way to help control the Quasimorph if you amputate, or I mean, there's tons of ways you can get the industrial head. You can cut it off of a robot, cut it off of this guy's augmented with the robot head. Now what's funny is if I would have blown this guy's head off, amputating a robot part isn't an instant kill. But this will lower the Quasimorphosis overall. Like over time, it will always go down as long as no deaths are happening with this head on. The new change of more implants, yes, it definitely them saying you should get more feels accurate. I definitely feel like I get more implants. Does that not take weapon parts? It takes short pipe. Oh, you know where I can get a short pipe from? Well, never mind. You know where I can get a short pipe from? Oh, never mind. Rusty metal. You know where I can get rusty metal from? Those are nice. But these are good in a different way because these have fire resist on them. So I want to keep both. So that's why I'm going to hang on to that. That's an okay pistol. What's the best way to amputate for augments limbs? Do you mean quasi ones or human ones? Quasi. Okay, so you have to get yeah, so you know you have to get a combat amputation. So so essentially, so the best way is you have a amputation tagged weapon with the damage type they're weak to, and you have insanity, so you do more damage as the Q meter gets higher, because now we're at 250. Okay, so they're getting a damage bonus, they're getting a resistance bonus, and they're getting a health bonus now. So at the higher this gets, the harder it becomes to amputate, because their resistances are higher and their health is higher. If you're not using a amputation type weapon, you have to cause a wound, and you have to do 1/3 of their total health to even have a chance of amputating. So generally, weapons that are good for that are either going to be a strong melee weapon or a sniper type weapon. So for example, if you're trying to amputate Kataram, which is the like belt, like rock golem quasis, if you don't have well, so they're weakest to blunt, and there isn't a blunt tagged amputation weapon that I can think of off the top of my head. So early on, the highest damage you could probably do with a single shot, if you're doing it ranged, would be with like a border with slugs. If you're going melee, the shovel does blunt damage, but I believe it's the only melee blunt weapon that can amputate, so you could use a shovel. So it's just about using amputation weapon if you can. If not, using the highest damage, or a weapon that will do at least 1/3 of the target's damage with the against their weak resistance. So any type of damage have a chance to amputate when doing 1/3 of their max HP. Yes, except for blunt melee, other than the shovel. If that's not conditional enough. So that's why. So like that's what I was saying. Like in theory, on a low, like, so this is a low damage weapon, right? Like, it's high damage per AP because you're putting out so many shots, but the individual shots are low. So that's why a slug is going to be more likely to amputate because it does higher damage. Now this can amputate like a Freeman or other like low HP, you know, like 25, 30 HP guys pretty easily. Plasma rifle, yeah, again, depends who you're. Yeah, so if they're not cut and fire resist. Yeah, so James, do you have a specific quasi in mind? Because then I could give a better, take it from like theoretical into maybe exactly what you're asking about. The Mars Baron? So the Mars Baron, the best is going to be the Tianming poison saw, because they're weak to poison damage. But yeah, so here you go, slugs for what I was talking about in general. But yeah, other than that, you could use. Yep, yeah, Barons quasis have augments now. Yeah, totally. You have that? Yeah. That's the cool thing is so it's specifically the poison saw blades. You can load it if you have a cutter or a meat grinder, or if you have the assault rifle, you can load it in the Tianming assault rifle. But the important part is that you're turning the damage into poison from cut, because the Mars quasis are very strong against all physical and fire. So that's why like plasma doesn't work against them. Dogs, you know what? It'd be cool if I could leave them alive and maybe they could fight the Baron. Okay, so now the first time you're trying to fight the Baron, you're not going to know what they're weak to already. I know what they're weak to, so or what can potentially kill him. He actually isn't weak to pierce, or that weak to pierce with his armor, but it's what I have that I think I can kill him with. When it gets to 1,000, he's gonna summon, and you can't evac. Hey, okay, so they can have servers. Not a lot, but okay, cool. Yeah, so you memory records, you definitely need memory records. That's nice. It's not the switchboard, but this was a bad approach. Does Mangale have amputate? It does not, no. Yeah, so with the amputate tag lowers the threshold to 22% from 33%. And the amputate tag also makes it so that if you cause a wound, it guarantees the amputation, which the wound on 33% damage is not a guaranteed amputation. It's a chance. Yeah, the saw blades are the other thing you can do it with is if you're trying to do it melee, what's the moon blade called? The star blade, I believe is what it's called. The Coven one. That'll do it too. Yeah, Starblade. Hit that. Yeah, so even though it's not showing it intersecting the shelf there, the scatter made it hit the shelf. Yep, amputates when injured tag. Yeah, exactly. Or uncle. carrying around too much garbage. Possessed. This can happen as the... Does it give you a chance on possession? It doesn't. This was recently increased, though, so you should see more possessed enemies. When they get possessed, they then get the bonuses from the Q meter, so depending on what weapon they have, the possessed enemies can be fucking scary because they get a big HP boost and a damage boost. It's a bad idea. Do need a couple regular clothes. I'm not gonna... Those are easy to find. I'm not worried about that right now. Would you say the wounding tag is kind of iffy on wit? It would, so it will, it's better than nothing. So like, because the wounding tag increases the chance of a wound, because essentially you cannot get an amputation if you don't cause a wound. So that's even what I was showing, or I didn't really show it, but when I was playing with Izzy earlier, Izzy is going to get more amputations with her plus 25% wound chance because she's going to wound more. Because she wounds more, you're going to get more amputations.
I'll make something of my life and come back with success.
Ooh, 3 AP. She got that border too. Could use Sheila Sword Arm and Krav Maga to amputate everything. Well, so if they're weak to pierce or cut. So the quasis that aren't weak to either pierce or cut, like you're not going to be able to do it to the Mars, unless you do some crazy bullshit with like the pain into damage or hunger into damage. You have to do some shenanigans. You'd have to boost the damage so high that you did enough damage through the resistances. Hulk. So you can kind of see what's happening here. This is why if you walk into a floor where there's already fighting, the Q meter will get out of control because it just cascades. Like when the human dies, the Q meter goes up. When the quasi dies, the Q meter goes up. Corrosion doesn't know. Corrosion, well, only if their resistances are coming from armor. So if you were able to like break Nobilis's armor with corrosion, you have to fully break the armor. Somebody like Barakunanash, he's not even wearing armor. So, or his resistances aren't coming from armor. He might wear armor now. I'm not exactly sure. Yes, all weapon augments, even the quasi ones. Yeah, that's Krav Maga is crazy for that. Yeah, and if they, so because it's kind of thing like if they're weak to poison, it's going to do a lot of damage to them, and if they're not weak to poison, then it's not going to do a lot of damage, so then it's not going to damage their armor that much. I shouldn't have reloaded. I don't want this. Give me my border back. Should have shown the accuracy difference between, maybe someone else will have a border. So we lose a slot, but we gain more resists. All right, where are we at on this floor? Do we clear the whole thing? I think we cleared the whole thing. Yeah, okay. So then you're kind of looking for a good position to fight the Baron from, which in general is behind one of these strong boxes, because Nobilis can spawn with ranged weapons, which do a ton of damage at max. Actually, maybe does it? Oh, there were dogs over there. I could carve into the wall there. I need meat and... Read your mind with the wall carve. Yeah, so I can demonstrate. I haven't really showed that off too much. So in general, so you can, again, you can play however you want. Once you have like the floor scanner, you can definitely tactic, especially if you're trying to get to elevators. A lot of times there's like a thin wall you can carve through that you can basically skip the whole floor or something like that. In general, I don't like to do it preemptively because it just creates new avenues for you to be flanked. So I like to control the direction enemies can come from and stuff. But yeah, basically if we do like this, he really shouldn't be able to hit us behind here, because I don't really think there's any way it can scatter to there and then like that. So then by eating skin, we're gonna raise it to 1,000 and fight Nobilis. You might be a mole. Yeah, Mole Man is a huge strat on some of the defense missions, or like for Baron fighting to get bunker positions. Who's the most dangerous? Yeah, Sultan can really fuck you up. Okay, so he did not have the... He did not have the... He doesn't have a ranged weapon, so he's going to try to run his punches, but he does have a pact. He probably has... I believe his Tech 1 pact is pull your weapon out of your hand. Didn't use it. So yeah, so... Oh, he didn't... Oh, interesting. Tech 1, he didn't spawn with any armor, so he is actually quite weak to Pierce. It's interesting he didn't spawn with any armor. Not good for you, bro. The scatter. So he did, he pulled it out of our hand. It's the advantage of the Judge ABC, the gun arm. He can't pull a gun arm out of your... He did wound us. Oh no. Oh, we're healing. Yeah. So what you can do is you can absorb pacts now, and the pact is charged by the Q meter increasing, and then you you basically spend an AP. It's just like a, you know, a spell or whatever, and it'll do whatever the different packs say. This one, you know what I should have done? I should have saved it. This is another option to like put on someone like Izzy, is being able to disarm a strong ranged guy would be a potential use. But a lot of the early packs I don't think are that strong. Yeah, when he puts a sword next to you. Dogs are still sleeping. They never woke up. I dumped other stuff back here. Okay, see, so now it is charged just from walking around. And so now I can take this into a mission, like a defense mission that doesn't have Quasimorphosis, and you can still use it once. You get a cast with it. Yeah, Ferris Tempo. The teleport one is crazy too, because he can teleport on you and blast you in the same turn, I think. I guess when I died to it on stream, he teleported on me, and I don't think the Hydra did enough damage to kill him. I came up short. Okay, so we didn't find exactly what we were looking for. We got Marika, who's really good. So you might be like, oh, why is Marika really good? Because she has Tunnel Rat as her second trait. So even without finding Tunnel Rat early, well, I guess it isn't fully tunnel. It's like half of Tunnel Rat, because Tunnel Rat also includes containers. Hers apparently only includes corpses. But you will find more loot with Marika. It's very noticeable. Oh yeah, the AP punish. Well, so there's a teleport implant, and then there's also a pact where he teleports and does entropy damage on the teleport. I think let me actually look. I could link you to it, I think, pretty easily. Oh god, I have to remember what stream that was though. I think that was the roguelike challenge. Life a lot easier. Shut up, me. Whatever. I don't know. I can't find it right now. Oh well. Marika Rue's so much grind. Yeah, so I mean, this is part of the difficulty in making a guide, because it's like I can sit here and be like, well, I just get Marika, and then I unlocked the ship. I unlocked the ship in under 10 missions, and it's like, yeah, well, yeah, I unlocked Marika, and especially like, God forbid, I also do another mission and get Tunnel Rat, and it's like, well, I had Marika Tunnel Rat, so I just unlocked it. It was very easy for me, you know. It's like, or you could unlock every other character and just not keep getting her, you know, like you could never unlock her, but it could take dozens of hours to unlock her. It's like, you know, just it's the way RNGesus works. Okay, so kind of at least showed an easy-ish mission against quasis, killing the Baron. Again, pretty easy. And, you know, it's probably kind of cheesy that, you know, I used the... I mean, I wasn't originally planning on using the Beast. I was going to show it with the Builder. It's much better if you get Tiefton or mechanized infantry, because then this is more accurate and less scatter. But it's the same idea. I probably could have even just killed him with the SR-78. Okay. We're coming up on 4 hours. What do we want to do? I think you struggle with Marika Tunnel Rat. Sometimes combat performance gets you more loot than going in on loot grubbing. Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends if you're able to, because something is simple for tunnel rats. If you've unlocked, you know, class modification, something as simple as putting CQC on tunnel rat, then like you don't miss. You do insane damage. That's another like the conversely, you can also put turn this into the buckshot not marauder, the buckshot rat perk, and do crazy damage. So the tech level of is determined by the floor number. So if you're at floor 5, it's tech 5. If you're at floor 10, it's tech 10. So it depends. So yes, some of the implants are tech level gated, and for sure some of the packs only spawn after floor 10. Yeah, 7 or 8. I don't recall off the top of my head which it is. So I think what for the Bram Futura, for the Bram dives, not in normal missions. For is it research? For that. Yeah, no, not on normal missions. Okay, so I'm gonna jump over to another save that has proxy unlocked. So once you have proxy unlocked, or okay, let me go back a little bit. To unlock proxy, you have to get to this management unit. Once you do, you can select any minor faction, minor corporate faction. So you cannot capture civil resistance, you cannot capture Unchained Belt, you cannot capture the Quasis, you cannot capture any of the Hexarchs. However, the other ones, Daydream, Sunlight, Planet Bridge, Grasshopper, Franch, Daydream, you can take over. You click on them and there will be a capture faction button. When you do that, it'll generate a mission in the defense area at their headquarters to assassinate the CEO. You got to go there and do the mission. Kill the CEO. Once you do that, you have the little asterisk designates this is my proxy. So unlocking the modules on the ship gives you allies on proxy missions. So you have basically a kill squad on every floor, which is pretty strong. Mission consequences, I think that's like more, yeah, like more power, more tech from the mission results. Able to change the faction type, and even more production speed. So we go to core word, we can change their strategy. So this is how you can have your faction go nuts, is you can set them to expansion, go somewhere, spam the monitor, and, you know, like, hopefully we didn't get any, but, you know, like, that's the highest chance to get, though we actually might have been at, yeah, now that I think about it, factions can only have a certain number of contracts that's based off of their tech level. I don't know if there's a cap off the top of my head, if after, like, I don't know if at tech 10 they can have 10 missions. I haven't really ever paid attention to that. But like at the beginning of the game, if you're trying to get missions going for someone and you're like, why aren't there any missions spawning here? It's because they physically can't spawn any more missions. So that was the case, definitely the case here. Since we're tech 4, we can't have more than 5 missions. The defense missions don't count against that because the defense missions were not generated by Coreword. 200 hours in the game, you're still learning. This game is so much going on in it, and a lot of it is not explained. And the only reason I know some of it is either through Discord or like directly asking the devs. And some of it I still don't know exactly. Like, there's talk, okay, so then this is the other big what's the word, it's a mechanic that's not explained at all in game. You can change your faction type. What does any of this mean? You're changing your faction type to be allied with these other factions. I believe that Proxy Corp is not allied with anyone. It's just normal corporate participant. You will still be attacked and attack other corporate entities. I think this is like default, and your station's production will be normal corporate production. If I change it to syndicate, which is what I've been doing, because this save my theme of this save was pirates and miners. And if I change it to proxy, or to syndicate, that allies me with the pirates, and now I won't generate missions against the pirates and they won't generate missions against me. The pirate economy is the same, or pirate production is the same as corporate production, so it doesn't change your station's production. If I change it to proxy cell, that then gives you a non-aggression pact with the civil resistance, and it changes your station's production to civil resistance production, which is a different production tree than the corporate one. Don't proxy cells still infight? I am not positive. I again, like, that's what I heard in my understanding. I don't know if you have different concrete info, like, that's great. My understanding was that that was the point of it. It wasn't just to change the production. I thought it was so that, like, your corporation won't conquer Emerald Cult if you're trying to help Emerald Cult, or won't fuck with them. You've heard people say so, not sure. Yeah, I mean, it's still, like, it's a pretty new change, and, like, the times I've, like, unlocked proxy and played with it, that wasn't really what I was focused on. So this is still an area which, I think again, it's not like there's no elsewhere. There's like hover tooltips and stuff. It doesn't tell us anything. I know that changing it to the quasimorphic factions changes your station's production to quasimorphic production, which is a totally different production chain that like consumes population. And it, I I don't yeah, I don't fully understand it because it isn't explained in game, and um the little bit I've seen from like people posting the table stuff, they don't even fully understand um it. It won't stop any ongoing missions. Yeah, exactly. If a mission has already been generated, it's not going to get rid of it. But my understanding is that um, since I've been playing is so okay. So this actually would be a good example because yeah, I mean they've been what we're in May of 2201. I've been flying around, and I've been the belt, the proxy syndicate for months, and like because I took over Coreward, I believe in November of 2200. So it's been 6 months, and I don't see any missions generated against Coreward. But yeah, so that's the idea. I think so. There's two functions. It's that non-aggression pact, and then if you make it either civil resistance, it changes the production to civil resistance, and if you make it quasimorphic, it changes the production to quasimorphic. Beyond that, like I don't know. Hopefully I would like it to be explained in game. Infinite Gavok, yes. Yeah, with your refrigerator. Um so then also because I have this this mature save, I can show Oberon here is a good example. Okay, so this is so here for reference, let's check what we're at tech 4 in this save. So this isn't even, so again, this is like not even a year into a save. Most people are tech 4, tech 3. And I have Oberon. I modified Martian mechanized infantry, to have Krav Maga for the gun arm, enemy anatomy for the wound damage, and lightweight gear so that we actually have some dodge. And then I haven't changed the perks. But you can eventually, make your guys like fully borged out with detect head, extended range on detection. I believe anti-grav makes everything even lighter. Yeah, so I have another minus 20% weight modifier on the shoulder. This is who was asking about it earlier? Was it Overlord? Or was it James? I think it was James asking about the amputations. The other thing that'll help is if you get this implant, because it increases the inflict wound chance. You'll get more amputations with this too. And then we got like less calorie consumption. I'm rocking the leg, so I can't stealth, but I don't need to because I'm walking around detecting. Vest slot. Reinforced epidermis, I believe. Oh yeah, and it gives you minus wound chance. Yeah, so resistances with minus wound chance. Inspect out of sight, so I can right click on guys and see who they are and what they have uh, when they're detected in stealth, and then sprint accuracy minus that. So, and because the ship upgrade, I'm not losing any health from all this stuff. And so that's for like going full human. I don't have a, on this save, I because I started doing the crab challenge, I don't have like a full like quasimorphic outlet. I don't think I did. I got the mutilated claw. If I'm going against daydream, I usually put the spider leg on so that then I can't get poison wounded. Summon the sword. Yeah, there's the sword summon. Some other silly ones. I don't think I have a full wall hack Aberon. Why did you like the idea of military leg? So I don't like the, well, so one, I don't need the extra AP. And I don't like, even though, well, part of it was, I believe I just found the epidermis here. Because otherwise, you're getting plus 20% wound chance from the Sheila leg. So this would help offset it, but yeah, I just wanted the more resistances. And and it gives me more dodge too. That's right. Yeah. I valued that over the extra sprint AP. Because basically I don't have to sprint because I have a gun arm. Add the sword pack to your golem group. Oh, that's smart. It's really disappointing to be plant a bridge and go resistance only for your facility to start producing drillers instead of medical components. Exactly. Yeah. So that's the thing you got to keep in mind if your station is supposed to be producing something you want. That's what I don't actually know. Yeah, if there, I did see some like speculation theory crafting that there probably is some optimal way to be like, oh, you set it to this for this many months and then you switch it to this, but like if you're trying to farm chips or farm mats from a location. But I can't be bothered to figure that out. It's someone else can figure that out. When you go for the Ancom path, should you quest for realware or not? What's up, Chad Jacket? They're not mutually exclusive. You can if you want to, if you either want the rewards realware has, or if you want like we were showing earlier, the weapon cases from Tsiolkovsky, if you want to trade for those from realware, it's totally fine. Most of the time you don't find you make use of the 4 AP. Yeah, I agree. All right, can we get a let's get a proxy mission. A defense. I really want to do that. Where are my proxy missions? Oh, we're already there. Duh. I'm getting conflated. In my other save, I proxied Franche. That's the problem with running multiple saves at the same time. Okay, yeah. So this is actually what we want. Okay, so against Daydream, Daydream is Tech 3. this is where you can kind of like get an idea. The thing you have to remember is after tech 1, the tech level something shows on, it's actually a tech level higher. So this is a tech 4. This is tech 5. Because they wanted to make it so that working for the faction potentially lets you get the item earlier, but then because of the scientists and the other tech boosting stuff, it generally does feel like the best way to, if you want gear, is to like fight against them. But yeah, in terms of like being aware of what they can have, Daydream can have lots of scientists and stuff, so can expect a couple tech level boosts potentially. So poison shotgun, poison pistol, maybe poison shotgun, or cold shotgun, probably not. Cold pistol, I don't even know what we have. I haven't played this save in weeks. Yes, I love home. So yeah, so Oberon has gun arm, and then with the servo you get 4 weapon slots. Probably, yeah, because this has entropy. And what else did I have in that? Probably like, maybe that. No, that doesn't have poison on it. We're mech, so do I have any fun ammos? Not a lot. What the hell? Oh, that's right. That's 797. That's not the. It's not the 9mm one. Oh, should we do my favorite blowgun gameplay? You're talking about the Ancom data quest line? About when you go for the Ancom path, should you do? Yeah, it doesn't affect the Ancom data quest line, I don't think. Have any? How do you deal with bottlenecks in the upgrade tree, like golden drillers? Gold, the reliable way would be to go to Kataram, which is Sarah's, Werner, or Hungaria. So the location that has the most missions is going to be Sarah's. Amputate the quasis there. Driller would be doing missions at mining facilities. Yeah, and so Sarah's has mining community, mining facility. So like 3 of the 9 locations here are mining, so you have a good chance of getting that. Because pirates don't give you. Oh wait, pirates do give you gold bars. So there you go. You could try doing missions for pirates too. Maybe you get a gold bar. Yeah, unfortunately, well, so the answer is get lucky, but the way you get lucky is you maximize your chances um, by going to a location where and same thing at the mining places. There's a higher chance of gold also. Do I have any shards or anything? I don't think I unlocked the cryo on this one. Put tape on it. Duct tape a blowpipe. Let's go. Take the servo in. Don't even use it. Peak press Q Quasimorph. Fuck yeah, let's go. Training ground against Daydream. Drillers are easy to get if you... Oh yeah, I didn't look too. Like, yeah, you got to look at the faction rewards and then yeah, figuring out what tile set can spawn them. Who we get? Overseer with the SR-78, Overseer with the Bishop. Let's go, boys.
This is restricted area.
Let me open the door for you. After you, lads. I didn't even see how many. 17, 34 on the floor. Ooh, flechettes. Ooh. Speaking of flechettes. Jane's tip still on. Oh, they have wounding also. Yeah, so I mean, I get why they're definitely a lot. They're a lot more damaging than the bursting. I think it makes sense that this is a more advanced chip. Wounding and armor pen. Oh yeah, and we can see who these guys are. Test subject, advisor, chemical trooper. Nothing that scary. Wait, why do you think civil resistance gives more credits? Ooh, that was good. Pete Quasimorph doing nothing. They give more dignitas for missions compared to other factions. Gonna move forward? I guess because he's fighting. Could pick that up and... I guess pistol boosts the crit chance. Oh yeah, I gotta show you guys the whole point of this. I forgot what I was doing was because I have Krav Maga, I was carrying up pistols in my other slots. So yeah, it's a 38% crit chance. So if I had 2 more pistols, get it above 50. %265% crit damage. Ideally, I want to get insanity on this, so then it scales with the Q meter. Yeah, there you go, switchboards. So the proxy allies have the hunter killer, like same. Oh, nice try. Where they'll charge until every enemy on the floor is dead. Yeah, so you see how once he ecolapsed there, the shots were eaten by the ecolapse? What is the reload on this 4 AP? You love the blowpipe sound? Yeah, me too. I think it's second to the Money Keeper. I think it's my second. Silenced armor pen. Efficient as hell. Ooh, immune to shock. Energy shield. Ooh. It's got something for me to cut around here. Guy with a fucking gun arm using a blowpipe instead. It's fucking so good. All right, we got the immune to shock. You wonder if using the beast and pocket artillery over the judge and Krav Maga would be better late game since you got a bunch of repair kits. So the other advantage to using the judge is it has no weight. Even though it says item weight, it's a weight. It's all the augment weapons don't count as your equipment weight. So, like, that's the thing. Like, I'm walking around in heavy armor, like, a bunch of bullshit, fully borged out, and I still have plus dodge chance without... I don't even have the cyber focus or whatever the fuck that one's called. And I don't have it. This is no genome editing either. It's not shooting? But yeah, wait, let me think. Pocket artillery. Oh yeah, for the 797 damage. Yeah, well, because the beast is a lot. So the beast is, I don't know, base probably what 30, like a third more damage at least, something like that. Maybe even closer to 50%. It's definitely more damage, but it's not as funny. And my dodge would be less if I was using that. So it's like, you know, it's like everything. There's trade-offs. Come on. Isn't this guy attacking? What the hell's going on? Using a blowpipe. I know. That's why this game is so fucking good. You can do whatever you want. Like, you don't... Like, of course you can do, you know, something that is obviously good or strong, but you can also just be a fucking clown, too. Ooh, we got the burning immunity. Don't have to carry around water. I don't think I have a foot implant right now. I don't. All right, who will win, robots or Hulks? You're getting belly bumped. Oh! Shovel chainsaw. Get him. He enraged. Wait, is he actually using the double hit? I haven't seen the... I haven't seen the enemies use a double hit. They won. The other thing I would have to compare is what the accuracy and scatter is on this versus the beast. But I mean, the beast just, yeah, it does do more damage. All right, where the hell's... We have to have killed enough, yeah. Go some frag rounds now. Well, he ran out of ammo. He should have been like butt striking or punching. I guess he... Yeah, I'm not sure. Why is the reload so crunchy sounding? I don't know. To me, it kind of sounds like dice rolling or something. All right, who we got on this floor? Oh, there we go. 2 shots and then 6 AP to reload. Don't look at me. Oh. Ooh, that was a good shot. All right, can I help out breaking this box for her? Yeah, we're gonna... Don't worry, I'll get that box for you. There you go. Well, I destroyed you. What, you don't want to go there now? I destroyed it for you. Is he not moving while he's reloading? Uh-oh, panicked. He's a coward. Started a fire. I don't think this is going well for them. What is this? Oh, there we go. She rallied. It's going in Fister. God, derp fight. Gotta go through here. Wow, they won. Oh, that was crazy scatter. Oh, speaking of wounds, and this was a dent. If you're wondering why I have this engineer repair kit and I don't have any tool weapons, the engineer repair kit works the same as the Dr. Jones on robot parts minus the heal. So it heals any wound in one turn. Which if, you know, you get like your head hit or, I mean, gun arm doesn't get disabled, but implants and stuff also get disabled by being wounded. So if you have a key implant, getting that back online. Guys all just standing around. Ooh, weapon case. Overseer. Yeah, so that's the other thing is your proxy allies can also just be the source of upgrade materials. What don't we need? Honestly, I don't think we need buckshot. Energy collector, that is not. That. We're not afraid of the quasis. I already got tons of those. Dodge per food regen. That's pretty strong too. What does that give you? It gives you an extra 40 or something. Or 30% maybe. Didn't get it. They're immune to poison, so summoning the spider doesn't do anything. Oh, it's 20% dodge? Yeah. Frag rounds. Yeah, I really like these military factories for the cartridge presses. Right, you guys want to fight the whole floor? It's out on his own. Overall, that's pretty good.
Don't let them escape.
We can get to there. I don't think we can, though. Yeah, we still got to get to another floor, huh? Let's see if we can do it. Fucked up. They blocked the way. Yeah, the Ecolapse has eaten all the shots is kind of rough. There's a lot of ammo. Yeah, because I mean his got a lot of health, but not a great place to be caught. I feel like that might be him. Maybe not. That might be him. Hard to tell. There he is, caught me reloading. Got a whacker, okay. He's got the melee. I don't know what pact he's gonna have. Hit us with decay. We can still sprint. I wasn't looking at him, so it didn't tell me what pact he used. Heal 12 every turn. Well, he died in one turn, so didn't matter. Okay, so turn 209, where we started shooting at crit, 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 crit. Pretty good. Can't you instant die if you get pushed off into the void? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Is this okay? So this doesn't actually block. It blocks movement, but it isn't. Since it's like the range. Ooh. So good. Is it efficient? No. Is it about sending a message? Yes. Let's get buckshot would be nice. Oh, that's right. It's got to be Quasimorphs. Oh, we finally missed. Yeah, and with the nails, you get 24% crit chance. Feels like it crits a lot. I need one more of those technically. I'm not gonna worry about like looting a bunch of shit right now. All right, where was the elevator? Was down. Ideally, just try to find like a little more ammo. Spent it all. There we go. Vodka's good. Probably don't need it. Need those. All right, we're about to go to the last floor, so. Get our music back. It's kind of risky to dump the shit on the floor here, but it'll be fine. We have the detection. I knew there was no one close by. We just gotta kill 18. Does he have? It's got the little Hell Trinity. Ooh, you dead. Oh yeah, so I am not even showing this. This build goes crazy too because of the enemy anatomy on the physical wound. Especially on, I mean, he only has 2 AP, but the 3-4 AP people, you get 1 wound on him and they literally kill themselves. Sheila with the pipe. Sheila, you want a pistol? Well, I can't interact with her. Ooh, that cryo. Oh, we're against Daydream. I'm not. I did that. That's how I have a bunch of cryo in this save, or a couple stacks of cryo is from that, but I'm not gonna do that. Dang, so much AP. I forgot to reload it. Stupid. Oh, we don't want to be hit by that. Do we? Dare ya. Go investigate an idiot. Cryonade. Ooh. Hey, let me step back a little bit. Poison knife. Sheila's going in. Oh, quadruple hit. Oh, they didn't like it. Wait, can we? Oh, I hit the wrong button. I was gonna see if I could bank this. Oh, you actually. Oh, you can't bank cryo grenades. All right. Yeah. So that's, you know, just like I said, it's not a, I mean, it's good enough. It's not like an, I would say it's not an optimized build, but like, you know, just to show it could be pretty easy to cook something up and, you know, have fun without it being like super optimized. Unless you guys got any more questions, I think I'm gonna call it, because the longer this goes, the less likely anyone's gonna click on it as a guide. Even if I timestamp it up. But thanks for hanging out. And appreciate you guys watching and participating in my attempt at a guide. You're totally not falling asleep over here. Yeah. And oh yeah, I should mention it. I stayed up way too late playing Slay the Spire a couple nights this week. And it has co-op. If any of you guys are fucking with Slay the Spire and you wanna potentially do some co-op sometime, hit me up in the Discord. I'm down for that. It's pretty fun. Yes, it does. That's why that's the wrong button. That's why I'm running Krav Maga on. Oh my god. Yeah, that's why I'm running Krav Maga here. So the bare hand can be a weapon. It isn't just a fist. It works with all the fists, but it also works with all the other do we end with? Yeah, we did. So like, it works with the claw arm. It works with Sultan's hand, the beam SMG. It works with Teotihuacan's gun arm, the entropy machine gun. Yeah, it's a pretty. It's a kind of thing where like I mean, I guess you could you know, it's like you could do the math, you could figure it out, I guess. If essentially the 70% more critical damage is more than, because what we were you were saying maybe on, it's on Angel, right? What does this end up at max? Is it 50% at max, or is it like 40% at max? And I mean, that would be another thing I could potentially put on here. Like instead of the lightweight, if I wanted to take lightweight off, I could put the 797 on here also. I do want to put insanity on. I think I'm probably replace steel within, even though it is good if you get lit up. That's probably what I would replace and put insanity on there. Good morning to Humpoli Michi. I'm about to end the stream. Unless you got a question for me here, I'm calling it a little earlier than I usually do because I'm trying to make the guide not too long. Though like it'll be pretty, like the last hour, like just showing that the silly gun-armberon Martian mech infantry with the blowpipe and I don't think I haven't modified anything else on this save. I popped into my head about fully auging up Oberon. It's pretty fun. All right, y'all. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah, good night. Glory to Ancom. What's up, Sodies?
Welcome aboard.
Glory to Ancom, indeed. All right, gang. Well, yeah, I don't know. You know, as always, let me know if there's something you want to see. If you're fucking with Slay the Spire, hit me up. Do some co-op. Yeah. All right, gang. Take care. See you again soon. Peace.